think I gotta refresh this real quick. And let's see, then I go here. See if it shows up on YouTube and perfect. All right. So more than likely it's not going to be anyone here. At this moment in time. But I decided to, pretty much do a live stream just randomly upon actually getting more video footage of the mother who decided that she wanted to expose the father of the children. She wanted to expose the fact that, quote unquote, he is a bad father and everything of the sort, right? So, what we're going to do here is we're going to go through the video again, and then I'm going to play the secondary video directly after. So let me see if I can get that. Let's see, where is it at?
And daddy, my baby daddy, come here with one meal for my child. But I have three other kids. We have one kid together, but he only want to come and bring one thing to McDonald's. But what about my other kids? How come you can't see my other kids at McDonald's though? Like that's bogus as hell. Like you're not gonna sit here and make my other kids feel left out, and you're only bringing one child something to eat with $30, and I bet you he only got one thing in there. I bet you he don't even. I'm gonna expose him so people can see how he really is. It ain't more than enough food in that bag for everybody. What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. What? Because that don't look enough for all my kids. That don't look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry? Okay, what about my other kids? I'm gonna give my food stamps to the seven. But if you're trying to help out though, you're not helping out. How are you helping yourself when you're only getting kids from food for just telling us the other kids, his siblings? Them are his siblings though. He's not gonna eat it from all his other siblings if they're not eating at McDonald's. No. Why do I gotta put no. He's not gonna eat that at all if you can't bring it up for everybody. Yes. How is that dumb? You sound dumb. You sound dumb. Nobody told them. You had them other kids. They're your responsibility. They're not my responsibility. Okay, but if you're gonna bring one, you need to bring it for all. How do that look that I'm letting one child eat McDonald's and all the rest of the kids can't eat no fucking McDonald's? You know I get food stamps on the 11th. Yeah, you know I get food stamps on the 11th. Yeah, Dad had siblings. You knew what you was getting into when you had a baby with me. Yes, you did. Okay, but you still had a baby with me who has kids with other people. I still have other kids. Because I'm exposing everybody thinks you such a motherfucking good daddy. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're foolish in this thing. You only come here with one piece of food for one child. The child that's mine, silly. No, that's dumb that you can't feed the other kid. Don't feed nobody at all then. He can't take that. He can't eat it. Maybe you had one or two. Maybe. It's three extra kids. All I want to remember, count, spend money on all those kids. That's not my kids. Them are your kids' siblings, though. Those are your fucking kids' siblings. So the whole world is basically bashing me right now because I'm the baby mama who was upset at her baby daddy because he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other three kids. I have four kids. You knew the situation when you dated me. Our child is the youngest child. So keep that in mind before y'all make me the villain. that means all my other kids knew him. He was buying the McDonald's when we were together. My kids have to go through a transition of our breakup as well. Like, yeah, me and you broke up, but my kids got to feel it too. So now my kids have to see only one of their siblings get McDonald's and not the rest of them. And they know it's coming from you because, of course, like me and you used to be together. They used to see you. You used to do it for them. But now you don't want to do that for them anymore. Like, to me, that's petty. That's petty. Like, it's not fair. Like, you're not going to give one child McDonald's and not all the other kids McDonald's. Like, I'm not going. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me you can get a dab and want to do it sometimes, but yet you can't feed all my other kids McDonald's though? That's what you mean to tell me? Like, I'm not going for that. I'm going to stand on what I said, and I don't care what everybody else has to say about it. Y'all could judge me. Oh, well, I could be the villain, but I said what I said. Like, if you can't bring everybody McDonald's, then can't nobody have McDonald's then. Period.
All right, so this is the nonsense that I talk about here, right? So in the very first instance, in the very first video, she decided to state that she was going to expose him for quote unquote being a bad father, right? And she was going to showcase all of this to the world and all of these various things. But in the midst of that, all it ended up doing was showcasing, right, the type of woman that she is and how it is that she chose a good guy to be with, but yet still decided not to be with him and to basically treat him this certain type of way. Mind you, you don't see her trying to expose the rest of the children's fathers, right, in the exact same fashion as she's trying to do to this man here, right? And all throughout the video, she's cussing at him and all this other type of stuff, and saying that she is going to allow that child to starve, his child with her to starve because he didn't bring food for everybody, right? And more than likely, she more than likely wanted him to bring some food for her as well, right? And this is the type of logic that I try to tell people is ridiculous and that needs to be called out because, per this example, you have a lot of other women just like this, right, in the community that decide that this is what they want to do with their child. Now, note, when it comes to how it is that she was talking, she didn't really say too much of our child this and our child that and our child this and our child that. She was saying mine, 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 and the children, right? As if he has nothing to do with the child at all. And the reason that I wanted to bring up this video here that you're able to see directly in front of me is the fact that she yet again decided to come out in a sense to further expose the type of father that he is, but yet again ended up exposing the type of individual she is at the end of the day. And I want people to pay very close attention, right? She's the same one basically stating that during that time, her food stamps wasn't coming until X amount of days, right? And she basically already knew this. So she didn't decide to, have some stuff on hand, such as, some canned goods or, maybe some canned tuna or whatever it is, stuff that you can spread out, like beans, rice, cornbread, spaghetti, things like that, things that are actually pretty cheap. So which means that, the money in a sense is getting mismanaged, which means that, from day to day, after the money is basically spent, after whatever she bought is basically, done, there's struggling, that's in a sense going on. And due to the fact that they broke up, she feels that he should still, in a sense, provide for the children in that household by way of getting food due to the fact that his child has siblings. But no, those siblings were not made with the same DNA from the man that was in that video. Those were made from different guys. And as he stated in the video, that's not his problem. That's not his situation. Nobody told you to go around and sleep around with all these multiple different guys and produce these kids that you can't sit up there and pay for. But yet again, when he's trying to spit logic and facts, she's not trying to hear none of that. All she wants to hear is that she's right and that he's going to go back and buy food for the whole house, including her and the other kids that are not his. Because if he doesn't, then that means that child is going to go without eating, just like the rest of the child and everybody else directly in that household. Like I said, as a guy, your only main responsibility is to the child that you produced. If at any point in time as a guy you opt in and you decide that you want to provide for the rest of the children, that's completely on you, no problem. But like I said before, her feeling as though she's right in this situation, that if he did this before, he needs to still be doing it now. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. What she needs to do, just like a lot of other women out here, they need to go have all of this energy with the father of those other kids. Don't bring all of that animosity, all of that jadedness, and whatever that is to a situation that don't need it. You obviously have a guy here that still wants to be cordial enough, have a cordial enough relationship with you, excuse me, that he can come through. He can, come drop off some stuff, maybe drop off some money, drop off some food, drop off some kids, and still say, hi to you, and visit his son, or however the situation works. And basically he can be off and and do whatever up until the next day, or however the situation basically works. Don't bring that anger, don't bring that jadedness and whatever else that you're basically carrying from previous relationships onto that guy, because he's actually a good one for even sticking it all the way through this, because I can clear cut see why it is that he is not with her. I can clear cut see it, because that's ridiculous. That is 100% ridiculous at the end of the day. No man needs to go through any of that type of nonsense when it comes to wanting to see his kids at all. At all. Wait, hold on. I see a comment. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Now the most interesting thing about this is the part of the video that I played, which is this one here. At no point in time is she saying that this is a skit. Nowhere in here did she say that it was a skit. Now I've seen other people basically stating, I did go through her like her TikTok and stuff, and she has a whole bunch of stuff directly up there. Right? Now, this is my thing here. I've seen some stuff before where it was like, man, I'm like, and then you sit up there and find out, right, that it's a skit. But when I looked on the page, I didn't see anything up there that was like, all right, everything that I put up there is 100% a skit. It was 100% fake. It was this, it was that. I even tried to look for the original video that I showed to y'all. From what I was able to pass through, I didn't see that original video. The top video that she has up there at the moment in time is this video that's directly in front of you. Is this video that's directly in front of you? And let me just to make sure, because like I said, people are saying that it's a skit. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to replay this video so everybody can hear it. Correct me if I'm wrong, and let me know anywhere in this video where she is saying that this is a skit. And no, I didn't cut the video. I got the video as is 100% as she uploaded it. So maybe I might have misheard something. Maybe I could have caught something, and I could be very much wrong. But let me just replay this just in case.
So the whole world is basically bashing me right now because I'm the baby mama who was upset at her baby daddy because he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other 3 kids. I have 4 kids. You knew the situation when you dated me. Our child is the youngest child. So keep that in mind before y'all make me the villain. That means all my other kids knew him. He was buying the McDonald's when we were together. my kids have to go through a transition of our breakup as well. Like, yeah, me and you broke up, but my kids got to feel it too. So now my kids have to see only one of their siblings get McDonald's and not the rest of them. And they know it's coming from you because, of course, like me and you used to be together. They used to see you. You used to do it for them. But now you don't want to do that for them anymore. Like, to me, that's petty. That's petty. Like, it's not fair. Like, you're not going to give one child McDonald's and not all the other kids McDonald's. Like, I'm not going. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me you can dib and dab and want to do it sometimes, but yet you can't feed all my other kids McDonald's though? That's what you mean to tell me? Like, I'm not going for that. I'm going to stand on what I said, and I don't care what everybody else has to say about it. Y'all could judge me. Oh, well, I could be the villain, but I said what I said. Like, if you can't bring everybody McDonald's, then can't nobody have McDonald's then. Period.
So that yet again was the video, right? So nowhere in there, hearing this probably for the fifth time now, at least for me, I didn't catch anything in there that basically said that this was a skit. When I looked directly at the title of the video that was on her page, she didn't state that this was a skit. So, like I said, maybe I am 100% incorrect, right? So let's just say I am incorrect, right? Maybe this is 100% a skit, right? Let's just put it as is, right? The main thing that I try to make people understand, at least from some of the things that I have been able to see directly in my life walking on this planet, I've seen examples of women just like this who feel that a man, even after breaking up, a man should still be providing for all the other kids that aren't his at all, even if they aren't together. I've seen women where guys have no kids, no bloodline directly related to the kids at all, and they still feel or expect that that man that they used to be with should sit up there and still provide for those kids because he once did. Just because a man was with you at a point in a relationship and this is something that he decided to do from his own being, it doesn't mean that he needs to continue doing this directly after the fact. If he wants to do that, that's something that he wants to do. If a man that you was with and you guys were together, you had one child, his only obligation and his only responsibility is to that one child. At no point in time should a man be responsible for every other child, even after you guys break up. Those are not his kids. Talk to the other fathers that you decided selectively to sleep with, that you chose to lay down with, that you allowed to impregnate you. Talk to those guys and have them start coming around, spending time with their kids, and start putting money in your pocket, start putting food in your cabinets, and start putting money where it needs to be placed. All of that should not be on one guy. And as I've stated before in my previous video, my main thing about this is if you're basically on food stamps and you're basically your kids are hungry, case in point, look at the picture that you see up here. How is it possible, per example, that you have women like that, they can always magically get their hair done, they can get their makeup done, they can get their eyebrows done, they can get their eyelashes done, they can always have some type of lipstick, they always got some type of nice clothes, they make sure to put gas in that car, and they make sure to have nice shoes. And they also make sure that they can spend money when they go out with their girls. But yet you mean to tell me that your kids are hungry? You mean to tell me that there's no food directly in that pantry on those shelves? What's happening? And then on top of that, for a lot of the other people that might have had problems with the things that I've stated, right? I stated this for a job situation, that because of the pandemic, there has been an increase in remote jobs that pay pretty well. So you mean to tell me, even if she is a single mother, that she could not apply on Indeed or elsewhere to potentially get a remote job where she can both be at home and be a mother at the same time and have a nice paying job? Seriously? You mean to tell me that she still has to depend on the government to basically give her money instead of her just, moving her fingers on the iPhone, Android, whatever it is that she got, and get a nice paying job so that she doesn't have to depend on anybody to do anything, especially the government. Because as we all know, the government could decide to end anything at this moment in time. There's going to be let me tell you something. There's going to be a lot of crime that is going to take place if the government is ever like, yo, we're done paying for everybody else's kids. If you can't manage or pay for your own kids, you're directly out of luck. If the government was to cut off government benefits for women who have kids and government assistance, and on top of that, cut off child support, there's going to be a lot of women out here crying. There's going to be a lot of women out here crying because you have a lot of women out here that only produce kids because they're a paycheck. And we just got to be honest. You have a lot of women out here who allow themselves to get pregnant because they know that that's going to be an extra check at the end of the month. But people want to make it seem as though I'm the bad guy, as if I'm the villain, as if examples like this don't exist within the community. And then people want to sit up there and run their mouth, but yet they don't have a solution for any of this. And the only solution that they always have is like, well, men, black men, you shouldn't be, out here doing X, Y, Z. Okay, no problem. But what happened to the whole thing with women when it was called My Body, My Choice, right? So, right. It takes two to make a child, correct? No problem. So men have a bearing of the responsibility 50%, right? Because it takes two. It takes, two pieces of DNA to come together in order to make that child, right? No problem. So how does it go from 50% for men to being 100%? And then we just basically subtract the woman as if she didn't have any part, as if she wasn't there, as if she didn't have any choices, as if this was just forced directly on her. Remember, it's my body, my choice, which means that you have a lot of women using their bodies, right? And making a choice or a decision to basically sleep with a lot of men continuously unprotected. But yet again, when I sit up there and bring this up to women, I still hear a lot of mouth, but yet no solutions on how it is that they're going to talk to any of their sisters, any of the women in their families, their coworkers, their best friends about, yo, keeping your legs closed and, stop going out here unprotected. Like I said before, this is ridiculous. The lack of responsibility that is taking place that's out here is wild. It is 100% beyond me. So, like I said, this is my stance where it is. If it is a skit or if it's not, right? This is still an example of women that we have within the community who have this type of attitude and treat men like this, who actually come around and do the things that they are supposed to do as a father and as a provider. Men still get mistreated, even if they want to be or try their best to be in their child's life, right? And have an amicable relationship with the mother just so that they can be near and be in the life of that child. But yet, even with them sitting up there trying to submit in a sense, right, just so they can get close to their child, they still got to deal with stuff like this. And the only thing that a lot of people will sit up there and say is like, yo, men, this is just all your fault. But yet nobody wants to acknowledge the fact that a lot of women need to work on themselves. A lot of women are faulty. A lot of women have this type of false ideology where they feel that this logic is 100%, which is nonsensical. Because the only thing it's doing is reinforcing something that is oh so negative and detrimental. And the main thing that it is going to do, that it has accomplished, is push a lot of good fathers away from their children because they're like, yo, you know what? I got to do too much just to try to see my kids. I have to sit up there and fight the parent just to sit up there and see my kids. I don't feel like going through the stress. So dude is like, you know what? It's whatever it is. Just put me on child support. I'm done with it. Because they don't want to deal with the mouth. They don't want to deal with the attitude. They don't want to deal with the sight. They don't want to deal with the bickering. They don't want to deal with the aggression. They don't want to deal with none of that stuff just to sit up there and see their kids. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, it's 100% ridiculous. It is 100% ridiculous. Let me see what's up, Lion. Lion said the overturn of Roe v. Wade changed everything. Well, I mean, I guess this is the one thing that I will sit up there and state, because I saw some comments that, and it was by a woman, and she wanted to basically state, the overwhelming majority of the children, or what could have been, that were extinguished, were that by Caucasian women. Nobody ever said that they weren't, but the main focus is that you still had black women in the community going to these clinics doing this. And like I said before, whenever you decide to bring that up, people would be like, well, if men would stop, doing stuff unprotected with women, none of this will happen. What about the woman? Isn't it her body, her choice? Isn't she willfully going out here deciding that she wants to be with all of these men? She wants to see the sights. She want a hot girl summer this, hot girl summer that. Like I said, I can't tell you how many women that are out here right now sitting up here doing a hot girl summer, and they got several kids. How do you have a hot girl summer and you got several kids? That's over, sweetheart. That's done. That's done. Cut it loose. You're not going back to that, because you decided at a certain point in time in your life that you selectively chose to sleep with several guys back to back to back to back to back and have several kids. And now you are in the circumstances that you're in, and now you want to sit up there and look at the guys as if they're the bad ones. The guys can only do what you allow them to do. So for a lot of women out there that continuously want to blame guys on why it is that women are getting pregnant, fine, so be it. That's completely cool. But at the same time, you have to admit, my body, my choice, that women are logically and consciously going out here willfully, right? Having or being promiscuous with a whole bunch of guys, creating a whole bunch of kids. Like I said, I can't get my words straight right now. I'm so mad. Like, I'm an equal opportunist, right? Because a lot of women out here say that we need equality and all of these great things. You done came to the right person, because I can sit up there and give that. I've talked about the wrong things that a lot of black men have sat up there and done, and what they have contributed to, and how it is, coming from a black man, a solution to a lot of those issues within the black community, right? The main thing that I didn't do, like I've stated before in several videos and in several live streams, I didn't sit up there and give that same time and energy and focus to black women. The main thing that I did was I gave a lot of praise, right? Because you had a lot of women basically saying that, oh, black men don't love us, they don't really care about us, this, that, and the third, and all of these other types of things, which is unfounded and untrue. Because I promise you that more than likely, a lot of the black women that feel that they don't really get the love and all of that types of stuff, I promise you they've been hit on by black men before. Black men have let them know that they are attractive and that they are attracted to them, but they decided that those are not the type of guys that they wanted, so they dismissed those guys, or they put them in a certain type of box. So now when they put those guys in a certain type of box, and those guys are like, whatever, I'm not going to give you that attention no more. Now it becomes, oh, my DMs are dry. Black guys are not sitting up there giving me attention. I don't think, black guys, or I know that black guys don't, really love, black women like they say that they do, and all of these other, and then they'll try to list all of these, experiences, either from themselves, other people, or social media, to basically prove a point, which makes no sense. Because if they were literally to go into a black community and it's summertime and there's a whole bunch of people out, I promise you somebody would more than likely try to get their number, ask for their name, say, hey, what's up, beautiful, how are you doing? They would try to do a variety of things like that. But like I said before, a lot of women want to believe social media. A lot of women want to believe that a lot of black men just do not want or love black women. But it is where it is. it is where it is. And that's what I said. That's the same thing I said. Where was all of this my body, my choice when WS was pushing these medical needs during the pandemic? Because you didn't see all of these women sitting up there saying this to Dr. Fauci. And he was the main one during the pandemic, giving people the stats. He was letting people know the numbers, and he was telling everybody what was going on. You didn't see none of these women out here talking about, oh, we're about to protest, we're about to march, and all of these other types of things. You didn't see none of this. You didn't see none of this at all. Yo, much love. Let me go to this real quick. Much love and appreciation to your fair weathered friend for the $10 donation super sticker. Much love and appreciation to you and yours. Much love and appreciation. Um, but yeah, they weren't there. They weren't there at all. And the most interesting thing at this moment in time is that now mainstream media is directly going after black women and trying to get black women to raise up and basically champion the call for Roe v. Wade. So they had a black woman directly on television informing black women how this affects them and all of these other types of things. Like I said, much love and appreciation and respect to the black women that stood that ground and that did not show up. Much love and appreciation for y'all, because they told y'all at the end of the day, like I said, it was a mistake, right? What took place with Biden. And no, I don't have any type of political affiliation. I talk about a variety of things here, so don't sit up there and get it twisted, right? I don't at all. But I will sit up there and say this. The moment in time that there is an option to, in a sense, get something in the door, you got to sit up there and just go for that option. So, like I said before, the whole thing with Ice Cube, when he told everybody exactly what it is, right? He sat up there and stated that he went to the Democrats first. They turned him down, right? They were like, oh, we'll deal with this later. And we're at the later stages. Democrats didn't do anything. And then he was going to try to go to Trump and see what was going to happen. But that technically fell apart. Why? Because the black community wanted to start calling Ice Cube, right, all types of names. They wanted to now magically say this black guy is not for black people. He's not for the black community. But yet all of the black people that were directly coming at and after Ice Cube had no types of plans on how to get money to the black community or how to help the black community. See how you have a lot of people that want to be leaders and that want to be chiefs, but yet they just need to sit back and stay in the audience because they don't really have the plan or the foresight in order to actually get things accomplished. They just want to sit up there and talk and act like they do got something, and they really don't. Because if a lot of these people that was commenting, talking about Ice Cube was really about that life, they would have been sitting up there trying to talk to whoever is in power at the time to basically get these plans pushed through. But that's not what was taking place. That's not what was taking place. And that's crazy to me. So now here we are at this moment in time dealing with Biden. And you saw the Ukrainians, right? They got about what, like 40, 50, 60, 70 million or whatever amounts of money. And I could have sworn, correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the stuff that dealt with the pandemic, all of the money that people were getting, each far in between, and sometimes not at all of that money is non-existent, right? But yeah, you got people in a whole other country that's not even a part of America actually getting money that we need here. Ain't that something? And this is all due to the Biden administration. Ain't that something? And then you got Kamala Harris. She done played every single card in the book, playing towards black women. And note, Kamala was a part of putting black men in jail. So so this is what I'm trying to get black women to understand. The same women that quote unquote hate and dislike and loathe black men, you voted for a woman that technically is not even black, that is not even a part of the black community. And she is more than likely helped to put your brothers, sons, uncles, and grandfathers all in prison and jail. and you voted her directly in office with Biden, who was another one that helped to sit up there and put a lot of black men in jail and to incarcerate them, never to be seen ever again. And then those same black women are out here complaining, oh, black men don't want to be fathers. We need more black leaders. We need this. We need that. But yet, a lot of these black women forget that these black men who are locked up for drugs, right? And they were selling in order to provide for the family that was there. It's baffling. It's baffling. Like I said, I'm highly confused. Highly confused. So this is why I am very happy that you have black women that decided to sit down and stand down and allow Caucasian women to deal with Roe v. Wade as they should, because this has to do with them at the end of the day. Because I've said a lot of things and I have been severely disappointed in black people. This is the one time where, yo, at least some of y'all, y'all was like, you know what? We done seen and we done been through a lot of stuff. We're just gonna actually sit this one out. We took enough L's. We're going to sit this one out. So, like I said, shout out to those black women who sat this one out, because now those Caucasian women who are quote unquote your allies, now they're crying. Now they don't have nobody to defend or to body block for them. They can't sit up there and siphon off of and use your energy in order to champion their call against their man. Like I said, the whole thing with feminism, this is what that had to do with. That had to do with white women having a disagreement and or argument with their white men. And the main thing I've told black women is this: regardless of however those white women feel about their men, they're still under their men, with their men, and protected by their men. While you have been basically trained for a very long time to act as though that you are white women, but yet you lack the protection, you lack the wealth, you lack the power. You lack that whole surrounding of defense that white women have from white men. But yet you have a lot of black women sitting up here championing that fight, being feminist and all these other types of things. But I'm like, so you're telling me that you're independent, you're powerful, and that you're strong, and that you can do it all on your own, right? But yet at the end of the day, you still have to call some type of a man in order to handle situations that you know that you can't sit up there and handle. So for black women, you don't call on black men, right? You're going to sit up there and call who? The police, which is who? The white man yet again. When you end up, having kids with the guys that you selectively chose to sleep with, you're not going to, in a sense, talk to those guys. You're going to go to who? The white man, aka the government, who is going to give you money and handouts for not having the father directly in the household or being a part of that child's life. Right. And the longer you basically have that guy directly out of there, you can, have all of the money that you want up until the age of 18. You can decide to increase that money. Or better yet, you yourself can sit up there and potentially get that man thrown in and out of jail continuously because he's in the rears, because he can't sit up there and keep up with the child support. Like I said before, people not paying attention to how things are being played. And the main things that I've tried to showcase here to a lot of black women is that you have been played for a very, very long time. Black men are not your enemy at all. Black men are not your enemy at all. It's a shame that, some of y'all had some very detrimental and negative experiences with the black men that you were with, that you had relationships with, but that is not representative of or indicative of every single black man directly out here. You've been in a relationship with that one black guy, but then you're going to treat the 20 or the 50 or 100 or 1,000 black men out there like that one guy that hurt you, when you should be taking all of that anger and that frustration directly out on that guy. But yet you're not going to sit up there and do it. But yet you're the one saying that you're big and bad and you're strong and you're Superman and that you can take on anything. But yet you can't take on the emotions, the hate and the anger that you have and give that back to the person that gave it to you first. But yet you're independent. You can do it all by yourself. You're big and strong. Okay, I'm still waiting to see that. Because 9 times out of 10, a lot of the women sitting up there talking, they not about that life. They're not about trying to revisit that. They're about carrying that baggage and delivering that onto another man's doorstep, and then delivering that same emotional baggage onto their kids, and then delivering that same emotional baggage directly to other women so they can have that shared experience of hurt and emotion in that sisterhood. And this is how you get stuff like this, where you got a lot of young black girls out here who have never had an actual real relationship with a black man, and they're living through another woman's experiences, talking about how much it hurt and how much she's in pain and how much she's in tears. What? That's ridiculous. Like I said, a lot of people need to get offline, and they need to actually go out there and have their own experiences instead of trying to live through others' experiences. This is why you have a lot of young black girls out here poisoned, because older black women who have never gone to therapy, who have never faced and gotten over their trauma, who have never even tried, are out here teaching and embedding, right, a lot of this false negative logic into young girls. They're passing hurt instead of passing over self-love, knowledge of self, and value and respect. And instead of passing that, they want to pass over hurt, hatred, jadedness. So the next time that little girl goes out there and she sees like her father one day, she hates him automatically, all because of the words of older women that were around and raising her, and how it is that they were sitting up there talking about the black men that they had relationships or dealings with. This is part of the reason why the black community is so poisoned the way it is. This is why in the black community you have the quote unquote black man versus the black woman. It's because of stuff like this. And it's very simple to actually fix if people are actually willing to take the first step. That's the hardest part. But everybody in the black community want to sit up there and talk, and nobody wants to bust the first move. But yet, if it came down to sit up there like fighting somebody and you feeling a certain type of way because somebody looking at you in the street, now you want to sit up there and start pulling out guns. Now you want to sit up there and start jumping somebody. Now you want to sit up there and fight. But yet the reason why you're fighting is because you're hurt internally, because somebody else can see what it is that you're going through, but yet you don't want to identify that. So because you're vulnerable in that sense, you want to sit up there and try to dull that away, such as with the miracle marijuana, with alcohol, with partying, with all of the negative, low vibrational music that's directly out here. So now when people get a little bit too close and you're a little bit afraid of that because you're still hurt, now you want to sit up there and fight. But when you got real enemies out here that you want to fight, now you acting like a mouse. That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's pretty much the black community in a nutshell. A whole bunch of emotionally broken individuals that's willing to sit up there and fight, hurt, and kill themselves because of past traumatic experiences that they have delivered and given to themselves and that they have never tried to get over. They're willing to sit up there and give that to everybody else in the black community and then take their life in return, but yet they don't want to sit up there and use that exact same energy to sit up there and fight the actual powers and the enemies directly out there that are putting you and placing you in a predicament that you are in at this current moment in time. That's baffling. That's 100% baffling. Like I said before, I don't know what to sit up there and say for black people anymore. I really don't. Because the funniest thing about this is people would rather believe in false ideologies versus actually facing the truth. People are so drunk on lies that it's become the ultimate truth. Like I said, you got a lot of black women out here basically showcasing themselves to the world. Go for anybody that's on Instagram or Twitter or whatever it is, or even online. You can sit up there and type into Google, unrestricted, type in black women and see what you get. Look at some photos and pictures directly on Instagram. Look at how black women basically showcase themselves. And then these are the same black women that are putting themselves out there, but then when guys are coming at them a certain type of way in their DMs or in a tweet or whatever it is, now they want to play victim. Oh, just because I dress like this don't mean that. How I was taught was the presentation that you give dictates the type of response that you will receive. So that means that if you dress like a stripper and you go directly to a job interview, sweetheart, guess what? You're not going to get that job. But if you go to a job interview and you dress like you're for that job interview and you got common sense and you know what the job entails, guess what, sweetheart? You're going to sit up there and get that job. But when you go out here on Instagram and social media, none of those rules apply. Magically, you can be a woman on social media and you can pretty much be showing camel toe directly on your IG page. And then you expect that guys are going to come to you respectfully and going to want to know what's inside of your heart and in your brain. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Guys are naturally attracted to women. When we sit up there and see women, we see exactly what we sit up here and see. So if a woman dresses a certain type of way, we're going to clearly sit up there and see that. So if you got a whole bunch of women out here deciding that they want to wear these tight gym clothes, these tight leggings where you can pretty much make out every single shape, you want to now get mad at the men in the world for basically paying attention to you, even though you put yourself out here on display? That doesn't make any type of sense. Get mad at yourself for being stupid. If guys are hitting you up in your DM, talking to you a certain type of way, pause for a minute and go look at all of your pictures and ask yourself, where in any of these pictures did I, in a sense, present myself wrong in order to get this type of language directed at me in my comments or directly at me in my DMs? A lot of women ain't gonna do that. Because realistically, when it comes to social media, women are about likes, they're about views, they're about attention. That's normally what women are about. But when women get that attention, we see exactly what happens. Better yet, I'm sorry, when women get the attention from the wrong types of guys, we see what happens. When women are getting the type of attention that they want from the right guys, they're not complaining. Notice how that works. But like I said before, when things like this are basically called out, you'll start having women want to run their mouths and they want to start saying X, Y, Z, and they want to start trying to blame men when realistically it is not our fault for basically viewing you how you allow us to view you. I'm just sitting up there saying, I can't sit up there and call a woman a stripper who obviously is not dressed like a stripper. That doesn't make any sense. That would make me 100% look stupid. Get what I'm saying? That would make me 100% look stupid. Her presentation, a working, respectable woman who knows her self-worth and her value, is not going to be out here dressing like a stripper. She's not going to be dressing like she's out in Magic City and all of these other types of things. But a woman who does not know her self-worth, a woman who was not taught to respect herself and to value herself, she's going to sit up there and dress like that because this is the only type of way that she knows how to get attention. She can't, in a sense, showcase her heart. She don't know how to properly showcase her mind. So the only thing that she feels that she got going for her is basically her body. Why? Because this is all the attention that she's ever gotten. Because the women in her life never taught her how to value herself internally, how to value her own heart, how to place a value level directly on her whole being, her self-worth. She lacks knowledge of self because the women that came before her opted not to sit up there and pass that knowledge on to her because the women older than her are still trying to compete with her and trying to get the same exact men as that younger girl. So they feel that because they got all of this wealth of knowledge and information, they got the upper hand on a lot of these young girls. This is why a lot of these young girls are running out here rabid. They're running astray. They don't know what they're doing out here. And then you have some of the older women was like, well, you don't know how to keep a man. You don't know how to do this. You don't know how to do that. Maybe if you was more of a woman, well, maybe if you actually taught her instead of trying to be her enemy, her frenemy, Instead of trying to be her challenger, instead of trying to be all of this, actually be a mother, actually be a sister to her, actually be an aunt to her, actually be a grandmother to her, and teach her what it is so that when she goes out here and she runs into a variety type of men that you've already seen, she already has the information in her mind so that she can navigate a lot of those waters, so that she's not going to dibble and dabble and fall into a lot of these traps and end up in single motherhood, just like what we have in the black community. Like I said before, I'm all for responsibility where it needs to be put. No problem. Hey, guys are a part of the reason that you have single mothers out here. Fine, no problem. But who's the other half of that? Who's the other half, and who's the other reason that you have a lot of single mothers out here? Because it's not black guys just 100% forcing themselves directly on these black women. These are black women that are contributing to the statistics of which they are a part of. And now you still got these black women out here, which something that used to be, in a sense, not exactly shamed, but it wasn't exactly hyped up as if it was a trophy. Because now we have the culture of that it's great to be a single mother. All women need to be single mothers. You don't need a man in a house. I'm the mother and the father. What? Like I said before, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the teachings that I see women teaching other women is goofy. And I'm going to say it like that because I grew up around 4 black women, right? I had my mom, God rest her soul. I had my grandmother, and I had my 2 aunts. Very educated women, very loving women. And they were women that sat up there and taught me through the way in which they walked how to value, how to respect, and how to talk to black women. And nowhere in there did I see any of the goofy behavior that I'm seeing at this moment in time on social media. My mother never told me that she was the mother and the father. My mother never sat up there and told me, I don't need a man. I can do it all by myself. I'm Superman. Never at a point in time did I ever hear that in the household that I was growing up in. And never at a point in time was it championed or trophy worthy to sit up there and idolize the fact of being a single mother or wanting to be a single mother. You literally have older black women telling young black girls and young black women it's cool to be a single mother. What? What are we doing out here? That's like me sitting up here, it's cool to be a deadbeat dad. Come on, guys, just sit up there and run through and get everybody in the community pregnant. It's cool to be a deadbeat dad. What? It's cool to be in and out of jail and in prison. What? It's cool to be out here on the corner of the streets selling drugs and gang banging on your brothers and taking their lives. What? But like I said before, a lot of people don't want to pay attention and look at logic. You got too many people in the black community that's up here trying to numb away whatever because they can't face it. So whatever information that you have that you want to put out and that you want to give to people, they're not even there. Their body is here, but their mind is just elsewhere. Like I said, I've been talked about the fact that in the black community, we got way too many liquor stores. The main thing that we have a great majority of, we have liquor stores and churches. Somebody has to explain to me, how do you have more liquor stores and churches in the black communities than schools, than trade schools, than areas that people can go to work to and have jobs? How is that possible? People aren't paying attention. It's directly on the wall. But when you go to everybody else's community, it's not the exact same. They might have some churches, but they're miles apart. They might have some stores that sell alcohol, but they sell it at a certain time, and those are also called wine stores. like I said before, people don't even pay attention to how everything is in a sense already pre-made. But yet they want to sit up there and always run their mouth and complain and all these other types of things and claim X, Y, and Z, but yet you ain't doing nothing. I've said time and time again to a lot of black people out here, it's like, yo, if you really wanted to change the community, get together, have a black president, which I know everybody don't got, get a black committee together, establish, the parameters, have a black president, and every single month or however it is, have people in that community donate money to a fund, to an account, so that you could sit up there and start buying up houses, so that you could sit up there and start buying up some of the abandoned buildings, and whatever else in the community, so that you could start cleaning it up, so that other people can't come in and basically try to Columbus the whole thing and change the whole thing. But yet, even with trying to give those solutions, what do black people do? Nah, I ain't about to sit up there and do that. It's too violent in my community. It's too this, it's too that. So then you want to sit up there and move your black self to the suburbs where they don't even want you. So then when 10 to 15 years go by and everything is going good in the city, all the crime is basically going down because of gentrification and all the other city plans that they've already had pre-existing 30 years prior. Now you're like, man, I think I want to sit up there and move back to the city. Stay in the suburbs. That's where you want it to be. Stay in the suburbs. Because if you wanted to sit up there and stay in the city, you would have stayed in the city and you would have sat up there and fought. But that's not what you wanted to do, because it was easier to basically move. It was easier to sit up there and go somewhere else. It was easier to basically run away. So like I said, I don't know what to directly tell black people, because black people don't even want to listen when people try to give them solutions. But then when you don't hear solutions from a person no more and they start complaining, then you want to come through, man. Instead of complaining about the black community, why don't you make some solutions? Why don't you list some solutions? I never heard you talk about solutions. Why don't you make a video on all the good things black people are sitting up here doing? Why don't you sit up here and, as a black man yourself, start doing all of these things with the solutions? Let me explain something to you real quick. As a black man, just me myself, a struggling black man, even with the money that I have, I can't sit up there and do anything, because I got to manage what I basically have here, which is tough to sit up there and do. But yet I know for a fact that even with 50,000 black people basically putting up $100 each or whatever it is a month, that can add up in a bank account pretty quick. And you guys together as a community would have a way major effect than just me and a little money that I have. Like I said, that's been my solution, which is the black community actually doing something instead of sitting up here complaining and then depending on the government and then getting angry at the government when they don't give you the things that you feel that you deserve, aka reparations and all this other type of stuff. The talk of reparations has been going on since before I was born. Where are we at this moment in time? Still nowhere. Still nowhere. But yet, black people could literally get together and pour money, create a black bank, pour money directly into that, and it would make it easier for us to get mortgages and loans and so on and so on and so on. But yet, that's not what black people want to sit up there and do. Black people still want to put their money into white-owned banks. And then they want to go, and when they try to pull out their money or when they try to insert money, now we want to start complaining when we get treated a certain type of way. Duh. What did you think was going to happen? You don't own it. Whatever was your money is basically their money. That's what they're telling you. That's why they can sit up there and tell you, like, you know what, we're going to close your account and we're going to send you a check. It'll be there in X amount of days. Notice how that works. But that's your money though, right? If they close your account, they should just write you a check and just hand it directly to you so you can cash it. Nah, son, that's not how it's working. But like I said, black people don't want to sit up there and pay attention. So, like I said, and also at the end of the day, black people hate themselves. And I've stated this a continuous amount of times. A continuous amount of times. I've sat up there and stated this, and I've showcased. That's some of the main reasons why I've posted a lot of the videos that I've posted, because this comes from a lot of deep rooted, issues that a lot of people basically suffer, within themselves. And because, you got black people out here not willing to fix themselves, this is basically what takes place. This is basically what takes place. Like I said before, I've been waiting for, black people, at least as a majority. I'm not saying everybody, because I didn't gave up on that. I done learned, I've learned throughout the so many years of basically doing this, that of course every single black person is not going to agree. Right? That was the wanting to be Superman, and have hope in the black community, that everybody, you can get them all on the, the same thing, and we're going to be moving and grooving, and we're going to get everything going. I was so incorrect. So incorrect. And like I said, I can admit where I'm wrong, and I was 100% in wrong in believing that the black community as a whole was actually going to get up and do something. When realistically, there's going to, be a few, which I've showcased on this platform, right? One of the guys that I showcased is the brother Moses West, who made the water machine, who delivered it to, I think he might have went to like Haiti. He went to Flint for sure, and I think he did something in Texas as well. Look him up, and I've done about 2 or 3 maybe videos directly on him on the old channel, or maybe also on this channel as well. His name is Moses West. Moses is as the biblical character, and West as in West Side. He made a water machine that makes water due to the fact of, the humidity or whatever it is, and it's purified water. Basically, after it goes through that machine, you got hundreds of gallons of water that is clean, that is fresh, that people can sit up there and drink, and it's directly there on tap. I thought that technically, realistically, if I put that video out, that the black community would basically roll up and be like, yo, I want to sit up there and donate to this guy. And it would come through in droves, so that this machine could basically be built, and it wouldn't be owned by the government, or other entities can't come in and basically take it, and all this other type of stuff. And that's not exactly what took place. But yet, black people are always telling me that they want to see the good that black people are doing. For what? Why? I need somebody to explain to me. Where I'm not sure, out of the 39 or the almost 51 people that we had here earlier, I'm not sure how many black people that we have at this moment in time. But I need somebody to explain to me, as a black person, right? Why is it that you want to see the good in the black community? Because when the good is actually delivered, black people don't do nothing with it. It's just that little moment where it's like, oh, that's so great. Look at us sitting up there doing something. And then it's back to everything as normal. We're back to sitting up there killing each other. We're back to sitting up there looking at hip hop reality wives. We're back to sitting up there listening to low vibrational music that's helping us, kill each other and not care. It's back to the exact same thing as normal. So I'm a little bit baffled. I'm a little bit confused as a content creator that's been doing this for quite some time. I would need somebody black to actually educate me on this. I would need somebody black to make me understand this, because as a black man, it's beyond me. Because I've done stories where I've brought good stories out time and time and time and time again, and those are some of my most lowest viewed videos. But people are always asking for positive videos and videos that deal with solutions. And then when I put those videos out, those videos get no views. But yet, that's what you asked for. So what I'm learning is, as I've stated before, black people do a lot of this and a lot of no action. And I'm like, that's 100% baffling. Because like I said before, it's like, I'm only one man. I'm like, you expect a lot of the black content creators who do news, you expect us to do so much when you're only willing to do so little. That's a little bit baffling to me. How is it possible that as black community, right, as black people, can you put so much of a burden, so much of a responsibility on one individual when you know for a fact that you wouldn't even try to shine a light and even go towards that door? When for a fact you're barely even responsible for your own life and how it is that you manage that. But you want black content creators who talk about the news and give you the stories and the stuff that you want. You want them to basically shoulder that burden of what you're not prepared or ready to do. You want them to sit up there and be leaders, something that you know that you could never do. A lot of y'all can't even handle criticism, but yet y'all willing to sit up there and criticize a lot of black content creators, knowing the fact that you're hiding behind a cell phone, a tablet, laptop, PC, and cell phone screen. Baffling. You're willing to sit up there and critique behind names that aren't even yours. A lot of people that happen to critique me, they're not even using their real names online. I don't even know what they actually look like. But I'm not hiding in a certain type of anonymity in a sense. You can clearly see my face, my hair, and all. So it's like when I talk a lot of times and I talk about serious stuff, you will just so happen to see my face. And especially if I'm pissed about a lot of stuff, you will see my face. When I'm sitting up there going off and talking about the black community, you will see my face. Because at any point in time, because I know from, some of the in the past, some of the threats and things that people have stated, a lot of people want to sit up there and feel brave. The difference between me and them is I don't claim to be a fighter, don't claim to be a gangbanger, don't claim to be the hardest motherfucker out here, right? But if I'm going to say something, I'm going to say it, and you're going to be able to actually have a face that goes with it versus having whatever name you decide to use and whatever BS image that you decide to put as your YouTube page. Like I said, a lot of black people are willing to sit up there and go after their own people. They're willing to destroy, they're willing to kill their own people. But yet, when it comes to other individuals out there, you have no smoke, you have no type of energy, and you're not trying to sit up there and see those people face to face. You will talk real brave, right? When it comes to the system and everything that it is online. But then once you sit up there and leave online, you'll go right back there to your job, working for that white man, submitting to that white man, and you're taking everything that he has given to you. No rubber involved, no lube involved. You're just taking it, taking it. But the moment in time somebody like me from a loving place, I'm sitting up there critiquing and I'm saying the things that need to be stated about black people. Magically, you you want smoke. Magically, the toughest people directly out here. Magically, you want to condemn me. You want to sit up there and say that, oh, I'm really not black and all this other type of stuff and all this other type of stuff and you hate black women and all this other type of stuff. Right. It's baffling. 100% baffling. Like I said before, that's the difference between me and a lot of other people that happen to leave comments. If I'm wrong, you got a face to basically look at. Like, yo, that's the dude right there. He was wrong on this wrong thing. He was wrong on that story. All right, no problem. I was wrong. I can sit up there and hold that up. No problem. Right? But for a lot of other people that actually end up being wrong, and when I've gone through the comment section and then tagged their comments directly with the story, magically those people don't show up. Magically, they don't leave a comment. I'm the only person that's supposed to hold a L, but nobody else wants to hold this. Like I said before, I critique and I talk about the black community from a very loving place, right? But the thing I've also understood is that the more you decide to actually love your own people, uh, the the more you will be disrespected which is a fact. The more people will, in a sense, dislike you, hate you, and all these other types of things. Because, being a black man, I don't really have the complexion for the protection. So, due to the fact that I'm not white, if I say something about the black community and it is true, it's a lie. But if white people are to say it, no matter how harsh it may seem, black people will sit up there and eat it up and then be like, yeah, you know what? I might disagree with white people, but that white guy or that white person is right. They're right on that. Black people need to do this. Black people need to sit up there and listen to this person. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like I said before, everybody has a preference directly out here. This is why, in a sense, even though I might talk about a lot of videos where I deal with like interracial couples, everybody got a preference of who it is that they're going to listen to. Black people overwhelmingly have a preference to listen to white people versus actually listening to their own people when it comes to critiquing and trying to fix the black community. Case in point, you can look at Detroit. What was it? We had like Duggan in there or whoever it was. Um, like I said, it is, what it is at the end of the day. Hey, now black people got to deal with gentrification in Detroit, and they got to deal with all of those people for all those years who basically stated Detroit needs to be nuked. Detroit needs to be erased off the map. Detroit this, Detroit that. Like I said, I remember a lot of those folks that would say those comments, and I remember them because they got Facebook pages. See, this is the difference between black people and white people. White people are bold enough to actually use their actual Facebook that has their legal name directly on there. And they will leave comments talking about the black community. So you can actually have a name directly with it. Like I said, I may disagree with certain things, but I respect the fact that they are open enough to actually have their legal government name that is associated with a social media that then they go to another website, log in and register under, and you can clearly see who that person is. Black people, on the other hand, they're like, nah, I ain't about that life. I'm about to sit up there and hide under like all different types of like monikers and a variety of different things, have a variety of, you're never going to know who I am, but I'm going to make sure to talk negative about you, make videos about you, and do all of these other types of things. Huh? It's like I originally had did this live stream to sit up there and check on how you guys are doing because I haven't done a live stream in a minute, haven't done it in a minute, and then it went into like this full-fledged thing, and I wasn't even supposed to be on here this long, but yet here we are. Because like I said, I've had to read and see so much baffling things on social media by way of black people in the black community, and it gets to the point where it's like, can you be mad when people say negative stuff about black people? It's like, can you actually be mad? Because when you go on social media and you look at how open black people are and how willing they are to allow people into their lives and to put everything on social media, it almost feels and seems as though everything that is said about black people is 100% deserved. Now, some people might say that, oh, well, you speak for yourself. I'm an individual. I don't do this. That's great. If you are an individual and you feel that way and you're typing at this moment in time, don't be stupid. Erase the comment and stay your individual ass directly to the side. Because I ain't talking to you. I'm not talking to you at all. I'm not even listing myself as an individual because a lot of times when I talk about the black community, I add myself directly in there. That's yet again the difference between me and a lot of other black people that decide that they want to critique me. Even when there are negative things that are transpiring and taking place within the black community throughout a multitude of stories that I've done, I've thrown my hat directly in that ring because I'm a black man and part of the black community. At the end of the day, I see what is going on and I'm trying my best to sit up there and deliver and give solutions to those who would potentially want to listen. But it takes more than just some people listening. You actually within that have to have some people that are willing to go out there on a limb and take action, which means that black people need to start stepping out of their comfort zones and being the leaders that they say that they want. Too many times we can sit up here and say like, yo, we need celebrities to start being leaders. Y'all got these platforms X, Y, and Z and all of this other type of good stuff. That's great. That's very great to sit up there and say. But realistically, those celebrities aren't gonna. They already got their money. They already focused on whatever it is that they focused on. They're not with the normal average black people. They're in the upper echelon up there in Olympus, right? So it is up to the commoners, right? It is up to us to basically look through and see who has the qualifications and who is capable to, in a sense, be a leader, at least for something. Like I said before, I'm not sitting up here saying that we need one person to act like the president of the United States for the black community. No, you can have a multitude of leaders for a multitude of things. You can have, some leaders dealing with medical, some leaders dealing with law, some leaders dealing with the police, leaders dealing with the court systems, right? And everything else, few, far, and in between. You can have leaders for each one of those areas. And then when you have all of those leaders, you can have them all basically come together because they're all very specific in the knowledge that they have. The thing that transpires and that goes wrong is that when you have one person that's basically the leader for every single person, it is in a sense expected for that person to be knowledgeable of every single thing. That's very hard to sit up there and do unless the person has a photographic memory. And usually people who got photographic memories, they're not trying to, in a sense, deal with like anything dealing with leadership in a sense. Usually. Case in point, Jay-Z has a photographic memory from what I remember, along with a couple of other rappers. As you see, they're not, in a sense, doing anything that delves into the whole thing of leadership. You might be able to say, well, they're doing rap and they're in music, so in a sense, they are leaders in the hip hop culture. That is correct. They do have a sway, right? How they can, move, people in different things of that nature. That is correct. But the other thing that you have to look at is, are they obligated to help the black community? No, they're not. No, they're not. The main people who are obligated to help the black community are the ones that are still there. Those are the ones that you basically depend on to do it. You can't depend on somebody who ain't been there in like 20 or 30 years. They don't know what's going on. They're living in like mansions. They're going to like parties. They're on yachts. They're doing all. You can't expect that person to have an understanding of now. They have an understanding of like 20, whatever amount of years that they were actually in that life in the black community. That's where all of that knowledge stopped. So that's a long time ago. The only information that they have is maybe periodically a little bit of the news that they hear, or maybe some of the younger artists. Other than that, that's it. And none of those are their own experiences. That's not things that they're witnessing. That's not things that they're seeing. That's not things that they're feeling. It is literally up to black people to find people within the community to be the leaders that we need at the end of the day. So all of this, in a sense, all of the talk, because I used to do it myself earlier on. You can sit up there. Like I said, I keep a lot of the stuff up there. So if I'm wrong, if I'm right, people got a reference. They can clearly go back up there and see it for themselves. I have videos up there where I've talked about quite a few celebrities and how it is that, they should be leaders, and how it is, I'm disappointed and I'm angry directly at them. But realistically, when I look at it, I should automatically be disappointed and angry at myself. Because everything that I want them to sit up there and do, I could have, or that I should have basically done. The only thing that was lacking that, in a sense that I can pinpoint and see that would have propelled or enabled me to do the things that I wanted, aka be a leader in the black community, is having the types of funds that they have. Because that's easy access to basically get things done. If I had Jay-Z money, I could sit up there and build houses in the black community. I can help to renovate those homes and give those to black families that actually need it, therefore lessening the effect of gentrification in the black community. But like I said before, even if you were to have plans like this, and even if these are things that you wanted to sit up there and do, how many black people would actually help and donate to make that a real type of thing? Not a lot. I'm just going to be honest, not a lot. So this goes back into the effect of why it is that you don't have more black people that are either trying to be leaders, aspiring to be leaders, or doing certain things in the black community. Because it's great if one person wants to do it, but that person is limited. Versus if you have 100 people in the black community all working on the exact same task, you can get stuff done way quicker. With all of that money, with all of those hands moving, and you can get so many things basically done. But like I said before, a lot of black people are good at talking, but they're terrible when it comes to action. It's the funniest thing how black people are so athletic and how we can do so many great things with our body and how we're so gifted by the universe, but we're losing in races. We're losing. We're the world's fastest. The world's fastest. And then we allow that to be whitewashed by Wally West, Barry Allen, Jay Garrick. Ain't that something? So instead of us being the fastest runners to, get a solution, to fix a problem, to do a lot of things in the black communities, we're just the world's fastest and greatest talkers. Because black people suffer from lack of action. It's crazy. It's 100% crazy. Like K. said, there's a book called Winch by Dolan Perkins Valdez that stated, quote, out of all nations, let me highlight that. He said, out of all nations of women we have conquered, the black woman was the most disloyal and the biggest traitors of them all. That's crazy. That's crazy. And the most interesting thing that I've tried to get through to a lot of those black women who like to leave the negative comments and they want to have the back and forth, because I have quite a few black women who have been here for a while and they already know what it is. So they already know I ain't talking about them, right? So, for a lot of the other ones that want to come through and they've been dead silent on this channel, so I think one of which I think is stated that she was here for a year, barely talked, but she decided to say something when I did a video about a black woman. And I basically generalized that to like the greater group, as which I normally do. And wanted to basically run her mouth and pretty much not say anything, nor did she want to hold the examples given of the video and hold those other women that are in the community doing the exact things. She didn't want to hold them accountable, right? And that's 100% crazy. Better yet, there's a video that I actually have coming up, and let me see if I can actually put that up for you guys. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see. Where did it go? I actually got quite a few videos, um, coming up. But this is the main thing that I'm trying to get through to some of the black women out there, right? At least the ones listening, everybody else I don't even care about, right? So to the black women that are with this platform that's been here for a minute, the main thing I'm telling you is that you have to be very careful of the types of women that you allow around you, your children, your fiance, your husband, the man that you find very important in life, because you're going to have women that are just like this. Let me play this.
Is he toxic to me? No. He does what I want him to do. He's not toxic to me. Is he toxic to his wife and his kids? Absolutely, because he's not.
Why are you dealing with it like that, son?
What can we do with wife?
Shade. It's not. You talking? How's that not your business?
That's not my business.
Well, that sounds like you're not taking accountability.
It's not my business.
So
if he was to cheat on his wife, why is that my business?
So what you
cheated on me, and bitches didn't feel like that was their business.
Man.
Why do I care if this man want to cheat on his wife?
Man.
Why, Eli? Why, Eli?
So what you be?
Hold on. Why, Eli? Why should I care if this man want to cheat on his wife?
Let me also shout out to the Daily Wrap Up crew for, the content that they do. Let me just replay that one more time. I want you to pay attention to what she said. Why should I care if that man, meaning the man that she is with, wants to cheat, right, with her on his wife? Pay attention.
Is he toxic to me? No. He does what I want him to do. He's not toxic to me. Is he toxic to his wife and his kids? Absolutely, because he's not.
Why are you dealing with it like that, son?
What can we do with wife? Shade.
It's not. You talking? How's that not your business?
That's not my business.
Well, that sounds like you're not taking accountability.
It's not my business.
So
if he was to cheat on his wife, why is that my business?
So what you
cheated on me, and bitches didn't feel like that was their business.
Man.
Why do I care if this man want to cheat on his wife?
Man.
Why, Eli? Why, Eli?
So what you be?
Hold on. Why, Eli? Why should I care if this man want to cheat on his wife?
So when like I told you guys before on this platform, I'm going to give you guys cases and examples of toxic femininity. Toxic femininity. You can clearly hear that this example of a black woman who is an example of many other black women out there that are a part of her flock and her logic, she obviously has friends. But for whatever reason, the women that she's with, they don't comprehend or think that maybe one day she might do the exact same thing to them. And this is when I sit up there and say that hurt people hurt people. You have a black woman out here that is willing to allow a black man that she knows is married. She knows he is married and has kids. She's willing to allow him to be with her because she has been hurt in the past by the very same thing. And you know the funny part that's going to happen? You'll have women out here saying, well, it was that husband's fault. He shouldn't be out here doing the things that he's doing. So we're just going to dismiss the fact that a black woman is willing to basically help, because she didn't have to be the one to do it. It could have been somebody else, but she decided to put herself directly in the line of sight in this predicament, allowed her body to be used in everything else, knowing the fact that this dude is married with kids, and be like, why should I care that this guy is seeing me even though he has a wife and kids? Why should I care? Why should I care when other women didn't care when it was happening to me? This is the logic of a lot of women out here. This is the logic of a lot of women out here. This is the logic and the system of a lot of women out here. But like I said, when I point these things out, women, those who end up getting offended, they'll sit up there and start looking towards the man. And they'll start talking about how he's wrong. But yet, like I said before, a lot of women, no other women like this, of this caliber. They got sisters like this. They got nieces like this. They got grandmothers like this. They got mothers like this. They got co-workers like this. They got daughters like this. They got best friends like this. And let's go to a broader and a more general thing. You've seen this on social media. You've seen this played out in some Tyler Perry films or whatever it is out there. You've seen that in a lot of other black films as well. But like I said before, when a man basically points these things out, people want to say, well, I understand the message, but you're the wrong messenger. I understand the message, but a woman would be better suited to sit up there and deliver this message. So basically, you don't care about the message. Because even when women try to tell other women about themselves, they're not trying to hear it. How do I know this? Because I'm subscribed to quite a few black women who do this on their platforms where they talk about other black women doing a lot of this nonsensical behavior. And then they want to sit up there and say that the black woman is a pick-me, she's this, she's that, and all this other type of stuff. But yet they can't cut into the meat of the situation. They can't disprove what it is that she's saying because it's impossible to. Because you got too many examples of women like this out here in a community doing this exact same trifling behavior. And then these will be the same women sitting up here raising daughters to do the exact same trifling behavior. Anybody see how that's a never-ending circle? Anybody see how that's detrimental? Anybody see how that can bring about the destruction of the further destruction, right? And degradation of the black community? But I forgot. Everything is just on black men. Everything is black men's fault, right? Black men are 100% accountable for every single thing that takes place. And black women are just hands off. They're just there. They're just there. And they just get blamed for something just because they're walking down the street. All right. Like, it's crazy. Like I said, hurt people hurt people. Hurt people. And the main thing that I've tried to tell black women before is like, y'all need to start sitting up there checking a lot of y'all sisters out here. Y'all don't want to do that though. You don't even want to check a lot of your daughters out here doing reckless behavior. And then when I say that, it's like, oh, well, what about the fathers? They need to come talk to their daughters and all this. A father can only do so much because a father is a man at the end of the day. You're a woman. Woman up and sit up there and talk to your daughter and let her know what it is and have an understanding of what a woman actually is. Like, that's trifling type of behavior to deal with a situation that's dealing with other women or your daughter or a girl. And you want to be like, but oh, the father should be having this conversation. What is the father doing? How much do you expect the father to be able to do? Because we do realize this, right? Because this is the one thing that I've realized that some mothers, single mothers, have basically stated that, when it gets to a certain point, it's like they need the father to basically step in because they can't, in a sense, handle their son the exact same way. He's bigger now. Testosterone is running rampant directly through. So it comes to a point in time where you need the actual man to step in and to start going after that because things will sit up there and level out, right? Because if you have a son, your son's testosterone is going to be, sitting up there raging and different stuff like that. And it's going to be easier in a sense to rage out, on their mother, right? Because the levels are vastly different, right? But when you have something that is greater, right? You have the son and then you have the father. Let's just keep putting that to like the moon or to the stars. It's a vast difference. So however he's going to sit up there and talk and act, he's not going to act like that with his father because he knows he's going to get knocked down to the ground. So he's going to act accordingly. So yet again, to a lot of the other women out there that sit up there and say that you don't need a man and different things of that nature, okay, no problem. No problem. But then once your son starts dibbling and dabbling into gang life, into drug culture, into prison culture, into disrespecting women, you're going to sit up there and wish that you actually had a man that was present in order to correct the situation earlier on, because there's a lot of situations that women are not equipped to handle due to the fact that you need a man to sit up there and do it. And that's just the way it is. Right? But like I said before, the behavior of this woman here is detrimental to the black community. And she is an example of a lot of other black women that are out here that live this same type of life. I don't even think that I even have the photo still up here. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this. Cause there's a photo that I kept on um, my phone, and I'm trying to see if I actually still have it. Because if I have it, I will actually put it up here for example. Let me see if I can go through and find the photo here. Let me see. It's not what I'm looking for. Um, let's see. It's not here. Let's see. Trying to set up here. My bad. I'm trying to go through this and find this real quick if I can. I really don't have this picture up here. I do. Okay. How would I do this real quick? Where would I send this to myself? This is tough to do. Let me see. All right, so I sent it. So now I gotta try and get this image. My apologies for the for the silence here. I'm trying to sit up there and get this to you guys real quick. Hopefully, is this muted? Let me just mute that real quick. Oh, look like as soon as I get up on here, it looks like I'm gonna be doing another video. Oh my god. Alright, got it. Let me see. Now I gotta go to OBS. Dun 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 dun. So let me just upload. Let me see this image here. All right, so like I was saying before, you got types of behavior that is detrimental, right? So let me just do that real quick, right? So like this. I had this picture for like some years. So when I sit up there and tell y'all that I got examples of the things that I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. She says, I'm proud to be a side woman. And that the woman who is with the guy, right? That woman is a terrible main woman. And then underneath in that photo, she says, I love her husband. And then on the back of the shirt, it says, married men rock. This is why I sit up there and tell black women, y'all need to sit up there and start checking the company that y'all keep. Y'all need to go out here and start checking the company that y'all keep. Because this is ridiculous. This is 100% ridiculous. Like I said, let me go back to the video just so people can get a full-fledged understanding of what it is that I'm stating. Let me just do this real quick. Hold on. Let me go back, cover that real quick. Let me just play this video. So, like I said, for anybody in here that just got here, let me just replay this so you can understand what it is that I'm stating here. And also the other thing that I want people to pay attention to the aggressive, mannish behavior of this woman. Notice how she's going to be getting up because she's so emotional and angry that she's getting called out on the things that she's doing. And look at how the man is sitting up there sitting. Pay attention.
Is he toxic to me? No. He does what I want him to do. He's not toxic to me. Is he toxic to his wife and his kids? Absolutely, because he's not.
Why are you dealing with it like that, son?
What can we do his wife?
Shay! It's about you talking.
How's that not your business?
Shay.
That's not my business.
Bro, that sounds like you're not taking accountability.
That's not my business.
So
If he wasn't cheating on his wife, why is that my business?
So what you
cheating on me and bitches didn't feel like that was their business.
Man.
Why do I care if this man want to cheat on his wife?
man?
Why, Eli? Why, Eli?
So what you be?
Hold on. Why, Eli?
That sounds,
Why should I care if this man want to cheat on his wife?
So let me just go back to the image right here. So, like I said before, if people ever have a problem with any of the things that I'm saying, and they want to state that the things that I'm saying is so untrue, why is it that I have examples of these things? And these examples are part of a larger problem. And the only ones that can really fix this, women. I, as a man, could be like, yo, miss, you shouldn't be out here doing this. Like, this is reckless type of be. She gonna be looking at me like, what is you doing? Who is you talking to? Who do you think you are? That's what I'm gonna sit up there and get. Right? Because she's gonna want to do what it is that she wants to sit up here and do. The main problem, like I've stated before, is it's women like this that's going to be raising daughters. Because women will instill certain things in their daughters. Men will instill certain things within their daughters. It's two different books. And that's why I'm so baffled why people can't seem to comprehend that. Men will teach little girls certain things like, all right, let's say for me, for instance, right? Let's say if I ever had a daughter. My main thing to sit up there and teach her would, for her to understand how valuable she is, how much as a black man I love her, how much I care about her, how much I want her to be the best version of both of us, right? How much, she means to me in the world, right? I would also give her the knowledge that I have as a man so that she can sit up here and look at, some of the examples that I gave. Because for me, I'm a little bit different. If I ever had a daughter, we would go out, in the park or around. And before we basically, start going out there, I'm going to tell her certain things to sit up there and look for, right? I'm going to tell her about these certain types of guys and these different things and these mannerisms, right? I'm going to tell her to basically pay attention so she can see and get the real life examples of what it is that I'm sitting up there talking about. And while we're sitting up there walking, having, our little conversation, she's going to be sitting up there in the back of her mind. She's going to be replaying the tape of everything that I told her. And then while we're walking, she's going to be sitting up there, boop, 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 boop. She's going to be sitting up there spotting all of these guys. So at a very young age, she's able to basically spot a lot of these guys. She can listen to the way that they walk, the way that they talk, all of these things. So as she progressively gets older, she gets to that age of where she's interested in guys and she wants to date. She knows already the type of guys of what not to go for. She already knows what to look for in the guys that she does not want to sit up there and be with, that she knows is going to be detrimental to her. Also, as a man, as a black father, I'm going to sit up there and show her by way of the way that I would treat her mother how a black man is supposed to love a black woman, care for a black woman, value a black woman, respect a black woman, and protect a black woman. That's my job as a black father. That's my job. So everything else that I'm not able to do, that's where her mom comes in with the book of her being a woman, and she is supposed to fill in the other gaps. Her mother, like I said, I can list examples of the variety of guys out here because I'm a guy. For a lot of guys out here, we've had different times where we decided to deviate from certain, different types of things, and we became the men that we are at this moment in time, right? So then you have the mother who's dated a variety of guys, and a lot of women have dated the wrong guys. So then she further gives her even more information that I can't give her as a man, right? From a woman's perspective, she's going to give her daughter that information and basically teach her that internal part of all of those things, right? How a lot of these bad guys, how they're going to, in a sense, make her feel, right? How they're going to sit up there and talk this this certain type of way, and how it is that they're going to go about a lot of things in order to mentally get them into a hold where they can just have that control over them. I can't sit up there and tell her internally how any of these guys are going to make her feel. Her mother can sit up there and tell her that. Her mother can sit up there and tell her the physical and the emotional tricks and the verbal tricks that a lot of those guys will sit up there and say, in the signals that they will give, and how that internally is going to read to a lot of women out there, and how a lot of that wizardry is able to ensnare a lot of women. Like I said, I have my job as a man. The mother, she has her job as a woman. That's how that's supposed to sit up there and work. Like I said, it's a team game. It's a team sport. So this is why I tell a lot of black women, stop paying attention to a lot of these women who are sitting up there saying that it's cool to be a single mother, because it's not. Because there's a lot of stories, there's a lot of things that's going to be missing when it deals with these kids growing up. Because no mom, like I said, case in point, let me show you something. Single parent household, right? I've stated this a multitude of times before. My mom can't sit up there and tell me how it is to not get caught up in gang life. She's not a man. 9 times out of 10, women are not in gangs. Just going to sit up there and be honest. 9 times out of 10, who do you see at the head of getting initiated in gangs? It's guys, it's men, it's boys, it's grown men. So that's information that my mom can't sit up there and tell me. My mom can't sit up there and tell me, in a sense, what it's like being a man dealing with the police, and how the world is going to sit up there and see you as a black man. She can't sit up there and do that. There's a lot of things that a woman cannot sit up there and teach. So to all of those women out there that feel like, hey, I'm big and bad, I can do it all by myself, you cannot give a full story to a life that you never led. That's just facts. Never, if I ever became a single parent, I would never get on this platform and tell y'all I'm the mother and the father. Wish me a happy Mother's Day because I'm doing it all by myself. You know how foolish I would look? Do you understand how foolish I would look? That's crazy type of logic. That's crazy type of talk. And like I said, if there are any guys out here that sit up there and say that they need to be wished happy Mother's Day, put them in a psych ward. I don't respect that. I don't respect that. Like I said before, you got, a lot of individuals out here that's on a whole different type of time. Like I said, this is a whole new generation out here. I don't know what's in the programming. This is way different from the brainwashing programming that they were sitting up there delivering, back 20 or whatever years ago. It's crazy. It's completely crazy. But like I said, women, y'all got to sit up there and check a lot of the females that y'all around, because y'all got some of them just like this. They're willing to help you be miserable just because they're miserable. They're willing to sit up there and take everything that you hold dear because they have nothing at all. They've probably broken up a lot of relationships, told a whole bunch of lies to a lot of different women. They facilitated and enticing a lot of different men, because you have a lot of women out here that will go after married men. Let's not play games. Like I said, women need to start being honest. Y'all seen this before. Y'all know about it. Some of y'all out there know some women in y'all family who will sit up there and prey on other women's boyfriends, fiancés, and husbands. But like I said, y'all ain't gonna sit up there and call that out. Y'all ain't gonna really say nothing about that. Because at the end of the day, what is it going to be? It's going to be the man's fault. Well, the man should have been strong enough to not be enticed, and the man should have been strong enough this and strong enough that. Women can very easily, like I said before, people don't really give women the credit that they deserve, right? I'm here to sit up there and do that. Women are very good at being wordsmiths and emotional type of shoulders when they're needed or when they feel that they're needed. Right? Just like how, quote unquote, you got guys out here that pimp out girls. They can sense when a girl doesn't have a father in her life or a male role model. You have a lot of women out here that can sit up there and sense when there is something wrong in a marriage. They can automatically spot it. They can smell it. So then as soon as they sit up there and see that guy and they see a moment of weakness, they'll start working on that moment of weakness. They'll start doing all the things that they know his wife is not doing. They'll start giving him compliments. They'll start being nice. They'll start buttering up his ego and all of these other types of things, basically making it easier and easier, breaking down any and everything that is there so that she can come in there and do whatever it is that she wants to sit up there and do. That's what a predator does. I don't know who basically taught y'all that the only people that can be predators are men. Y'all got some jacked up logic. Because like I said, you got a lot of evil women out here. You got a lot of demonic women out here. You got a lot of predatory women out here. Like I said, case example, this woman right here. And also the woman that I sat up there and showed y'all a video of. But when me as a black man, when I decided to showcase this in normal videos and not live streams, I started getting a whole bunch of mouths moving. Black men this, black men that. Y'all need to control yourselves. Keep it in y'all pants. All this other type of stuff. But yet, what are y'all doing? My body, my choice, right? No man can control whatever it is that a woman wants to do. So who is forcing, coercing, or making women go out there and enlist into the I'm going to help a man cheat? Who's forcing them to do that? It ain't men. Like I said, you have a lot of women out here that are opportunists. Just like you have a lot of women out here that will only be with and go with a guy and acknowledge a guy if he has a certain type of money. You have a lot of women out here that will only acknowledge a guy and want to be with a guy when they already see that this guy is committed and in a relationship with another woman. Like I said, the only people that can check that, it ain't men, it's other women. Because y'all got to be the ones that condemn this type of behavior right here. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. At no point in time should you ever have a woman on social media proud of sitting up here saying that she be taking other women's husbands, breaking up families and homes. But this is what happens when y'all sit up there and allow somebody like Amber Rose to sit up there and do like the slut walk and all this other type of stuff. This is what happens. This is what happens when you allow people to prop up hoe culture and do whorish type of things. This is what that looks like. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. And then on top of that, you got grandmothers, and then you got mothers out here doing the same thing their daughters sitting up out here doing. Anything. There's no balance in anything. Like I said before, it was already over when I first noticed that mothers are trying to compete with their daughters for the guys in the daughters' age range. But y'all ain't trying to sit up there and hear that though. Y'all ain't trying to talk about that. Y'all say I'm the wrong messenger to basically bring that up. So if I'm the wrong messenger, When are one of y'all that be complaining? When are y'all going to start up platforms to start talking about this because I'm the wrong messenger? Let me know something, because for the longest time, for about 3 to 4 years, I've been telling consistently, if you got a complaint with my platform, if you have a problem with anything that I'm sitting up there saying, you say I'm falsifying, you say I'm lying, and all this other type of stuff, start making a platform and putting out the information and the truth that you want put out the way that you want it to be said. And I don't see none of y'all moving. I keep consistently seeing the critiques, and I don't see none of y'all moving. And the funniest thing is, I know some of y'all that be complaining in the comment section, y'all sitting up here watching quietly in the background. And y'all gonna then not say nothing on this live stream because you know how I sit up there and do. I will call you up front and center. You ain't gonna come up now. You'll be coming up when it ain't live. You'll be coming up when I'm not sitting up there talking and I can actually visibly respond to whatever dumbass shit that you got to sit up there and say to try to deflect from this situation. Like I said, that's how sorry a lot of people are. That when you got the option to actually talk to somebody and they can give you an actual real-time response, you don't want to sit up there and do that. But you want to sit up there and now leave a comment to a video. And now I got to sit up there and type and respond. Come on, dog. And y'all grown adults? Some of y'all got kids? That's crazy. That's crazy. And this is why I sat up there and said some of y'all don't need kids. And I said what I said. Some of y'all don't need kids. Like, that's crazy. You got all the time in the world to try to respond to me in the comment section underneath a video where I'm not live. Now, for, like I said before, a lot of those women, this whole live stream been about women. I done showcased 3 different ways. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. I showcased 3 videos in 1 picture. Where those women at? And it's like real, it's real, nice how it went from like 51 down to 46. Like I said before, none of those people ever want to sit up there and show up when it comes to this. But got all the mouth in the world, and y'all want to sit up there and write me a page and a paragraph, and you want to tell me how I hate women and all this other type. Oh, Tippy, I got you, no problem. I know the video that you're talking about. Hold on, Tippy just reminded me. Let me put this up. Now, this is another one where people wanted to state, right, that this was like a fake or whatever it is. But I'm like, this is still an example of things that transpire. Let me see if I can actually find it. Nope. I mean, I got it right here. You mean to tell me I didn't? Did I do? Let me see some here. I might have to look back real quick. Let me try to see something real quick here, because I know for sure yeah. The whole world is this. Okay, yeah, I got that. All right, let me go back up here. Hold on, give me a quick second. All right, let me upload this. Tippy just for thank you for being here, Tippy. See, this is what happens when I got my mods here. I got my peoples here. This is it brings up some other things that I wanted to talk about. So Tippy is talking about a video where a daughter walked in on her mother basically being with the father of her children, in bed. So let's just cut to that video there.
Taxi, call the train, get on the f***ing bus. I don't give a what you do. Get your ass about my bed. Get on my bed. No, get about my bed out of my house. Take your no. You talking about you treating my man right? You don't even look at what you're doing with my man. Really? Get out. Bye. Take it. You know what? Better yet, take some drugs.
Really? No, you saying really to me, but look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing.
Like this, you know what? This should have been kept between our four walls. This ain't for social media, okay?
Oh, just like how you kept it in my room, in my bed, while I'm at work. This is what y'all do behind my back. What? Did you? Do you ever? Do you ever though?
I ain't got.
Do you ever? Why you walking away? Don't walk away.
Let's go. She can have it. I ain't even making it.
No, y'all mother. Yeah, right. Go. Y'all can have each other. Go ahead. Bye. Out the door. Bye. What you trying to stay here for? We done. You done. You finished. You washed. Bye. Bye. No, leave my phone. This is mine. I pay for the bill. Give me my. No. Give me my. No. Get the out and leave my. Take off that shirt. Take off them shorts. Take off them socks. What? Mom. Y'all was laying in my bed. What you mean you wasn't doing anything?
She said she wanted to sleep in here, so I let her sleep in here.
You hear this lying ass, right? You hear these lies he want to tell? No. You think I'm boo-boo the fool in this? No. Give me this.
What my daughter?
Why you worried about her now when you was just in bed with her grandma?
So you were able.
Taxi, call the train, get on the.
So you're able to hear that, right? Now, yet again, this is one of the other videos where some people wanted to say that this was like a skit and different things of this nature. And I'm going to say the exact same thing that I've stated before, because I've covered a story or two of mothers being with the daughter's boyfriend or whatever it is. So things like this do exist. Things like this do happen. And like I said before, the only people that can stop that from happening is a woman, because the woman who had the most power in that situation was the mother. Because very easily that could have been, if him basically laying in bed with her, that could have been easily any other woman out here that wanted to sit up there and engage in that type of nonsensical, toxic type of behavior, right? That was going to cause a whole lot of things. But for this instance, for this example, the mother was the one that decided to allow that and to do it. And the mother was the same thing, basically going after the daughter, saying, well, maybe if you was a better girlfriend or whatever it is, then all this other time. What type of woman are you in order to, in a sense, side with the guy that your daughter is, I guess, in a relationship with or has children with, and you decide to basically sleep with him? That's almost like drinking after somebody who backwashed, right? And we all know what backwash is. You happen to, like, for any of those who have kids or you had nieces and nephews and stuff, when you give like a baby, right, who just ate some food, like some chicken nuggets or some bread, they'll sit up there and put like their whole mouth in a bottle, not around a bottle. Sometimes they might put it around a bottle, and they'll drink the water and then they'll spit it back in. Drink the water, spit it back in. That's backwash. And then when you sit up there and hold up that bottle, you see all of those particulates in that content, right? So that's the same thing here. So they're sitting up there, more than likely, the daughter and the baby daddy, whatever it is, might have unprotected relations, right? So that means more than likely the mother also had unprotected relations with the guy. Nobody? Am I? Yeah, Tibby is right. Tibby said the girl had to know that the dude was foul from the start. Like I said before, women know. Women can usually tell if a guy is the type that's going to sleep with their mother or stuff like that's ridiculous. Like, I don't even know what to even say for that. I just don't. I just don't. Like, just looking at the dude's behavior, like I said, I could already tell like that's a trifling type of dude. But like I said before, the main person who could have very easily stopped the whole situation was the mother. That could have been any other woman out here. And that mother and daughter would have had a fine relationship because the mother would have been like, yo, that's messed up. Why would you do, or at least I would expect, right? That's something that, she would do, which is side with her daughter if she saw that, he was with another woman in her bed and, all that other type of thing. But looking at this video, I don't even know what to, what to even, tell people. Like, I just don't. I just don't. Like I said, this is ridiculous. This is all types of ridiculous. All types of ridiculous. Like I said, skit or not, this is ridiculous. And these are things that do happen. This is why you have some women that are out here fighting each other because they're sharing the same guy. Or in certain instances, the relationship is actually done with the original woman, and then a friend that she knows or whatever it is then wants to engage into a relationship. So now they're basically fighting, even though woman A does not have anything to do with the relationship because they separated that a while ago. She's just mad because her friend or whatever or associate is basically seeing the same guy that she dated. Like I said, it's a lot of like ratchet behavior, a lot of like ratchet culture that is allowed. And like I said, I done play some rap songs for you. Hold on, because since we getting into this, hold on. Let me further go into this. Let me further go into this. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a quick second right here. I'm trying to find this video since we're about to get directly. Hopefully, now if I don't, have this up here, then that's pretty much a wash. Um, but let me see. Let me see here. Give me a second. Uh, hmm. Wait a minute. What was? Okay, yeah, the rap songs. Right. Okay, hold on. Maybe I gotta go further down here. It's like it's amazing when you got a lot of stuff that you've actually gone over, and now you gotta go through to find like one very specific thing, and you can't really find it like on time. This is what happens. Uh, let me see. Oh, matter of fact, I can do. Let me see if I can do this one. This is some other type of behavior, which, like I said, is quite nonsensical. Hold on, let me see if I can. Okay. So just listen to this story time real quick, right? Let's go to the next one.
Hey, you to the boy moms, I'm gonna need y'all to come to the front of the line real quick. All the boy moms, yeah, bring y'all out here. I just need to know if y'all ever been through this before. So my son just turned 16 yesterday. Shout out to him, big 16. And recently I went through a situation where his phone was like ringing, and I decided I'm gonna go ahead and answer it, right? Why the fuck did I decide I was gonna answer this phone? Why do that? So in the midst of me, hello, she like, who is this? Who is this? You answered Keon's phone, and I want to know who you are. Nah, she thought I was one of his little girlfriends, right? She told me some, because yeah, you're answering Keon's phone, and I want to know who you are. I said, well, who are you? I didn't even want to drop it on her just yet, like as to who I was, right? Because I'm the HBIC in this motherfucker, shorty, and you just a little tag along at this point. But in any event, I digress. Who are you? No, I think you should tell me who you are because I'm his girlfriend. I said, oh, you one of them. That is so funny. Well, I'm his mother. I'm his mother. Yeah. It's me. Yeah. And quite frankly, I'm gonna be the only other girl that's gonna be answering his phone. And not for nothing, you on your way out, baby. I just want you to know that. Yeah. See, you too busy worried about what else Keon got going on. You ain't worried about my baby. Yeah, you're done. I just want you to know that. But it's okay, baby. Have your fun. You just called yourself trying to check his mom about answering his phone, and you ain't even know it because you're so stupid. But it's okay, girl. I'm gonna tell my baby you called, okay? And I'm gonna be sure to tell him you tried to check me about answering his phone, even though you ain't know who I was. But you should have played it safe, and you probably wouldn't have to worry about losing my baby. But good luck next time.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Any comments on that one? Anybody? Any uh any comments on that? Because like I said, I don't even, like I said, half of the stuff that I happen to run through and see on social media, I I don't even know what to really tell y'all sometimes. Like it's just 100% um ridiculous. On how these things are sitting up there working. I'm trying to see if I'm trying to get let me see the other one. Hmm. We're gonna be just diving into it today. So I'm just trying to get these all up in a row at this moment in time. No, it's the other one right there. It's crazy how I can't sit up there and find the stuff I'm looking for though. Uh. Anyways, of course, my clock will sit up there and go off. Classy lady, is this high school behavior? No comment. Shalom Seji, the mom has become her son's girlfriend. Uh, what is that? Reverse Oedipus complex. Sunstar, the 16-year-old has no home training, even as she's wrong. She should immediately apologize, introduce herself properly, be humble to the mother. Tippy said that was out of order, sick trifling, WTF. But the sad thing is, this isn't new. It's just being recorded for the whole world to see. Yeah, yeah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's see if we can roll to the next one if it works. Ah, yeah, it didn't. It didn't sit up and work as I wanted it to. That's a shame. That's a shame. Hold on, maybe I gotta look for uh certain file. Let me see. Group, sort by right, sort by size. Okay, that might work out better. Hopefully. Because I'm really trying to get, like, in a sense, hits, this point home. Because you guys have seen some of the other videos that I've done before. Um, in a sense, revolving around you know, certain things. Now there is a video that I do have. I actually have to re-edit um, the video. Let me see. Is this one it? I think this might be it. I think this might be it. Let me see if some of these. Let me just. How do I get that off? Okay, remove selected. Right. Let's see if.
And daddy, my baby daddy, come here
Nope.
with one meal for my child. But I have 3 other kids. We have 1 kid together, and he only want to come and bring one thing. Hey, you
So this is the other one.
If you catch me with your nigga, no, I'm fucking his mouth. I'm a disrespectful bitch, might fucking your house. You know, back in the cut, dog. I might suck him for a perk in the black and mouth. I'm a trifling bitch, love to fight with dick.
So you heard that, right? And that was the. I wasn't even trying to do the the unedited version, but it is what it is. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta pause it. So the other thing that I wanted, let me see if I can actually go through, right? Let me see. So yet again, you can clearly see the little girl in this picture amongst all of these women in all of this attire, right? See if I can slow it down real quick, because you know we talked about men and predatory behavior, right? Clearly see the strollers directly there, right there. I need a woman to point that out to me. What does that look like? Real quick, what does that look like? For those in the back that can't obviously see or understand what that is clearly a grown woman that is bent over, twerking on a minor. Now, how do you think that this will work out if a grown man that was 20 something or 30 something was dancing or grinding on somebody's daughter who was a minor? I wonder how would this play out. But like I said before, some of the main things that you would get is, oh, this is the black man's fault. This is the father's fault. But clearly, you see all of these women, and note, I want you to look in if you can. I'm not sure if you can actually see my. Oh, you can't see one else. This right here, you clearly see one of the women that's in the videos in the attire that she's wearing. She also has a baby stroller. So, what do you think is going to happen when she raises what I'm assuming to be, looking at it being pink? Maybe I could be wrong. Might not be a girl, might be a boy. But what do you think is going to happen when a woman like this is raising a child? What I'm just saying, because if people are going to directly say that I'm wrong and that I hate black women and that my content is yada 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 and all this other type of stuff, then disprove me on what it is that I'm saying. Like I told people before, I am showcasing clear cut the examples that are out here. I am showcasing in clear cut, giving you the examples that are out here. But like I said, whenever I do a video, whenever I do a live stream, none of those women that want to have a disagreement, they never want to roll up to the scene. They don't want to talk about this though. Whenever I talk about women and I bring up this topic, none of them have any type of smoke for this. They don't want to show up for this. They don't want to show up. They'll show up underneath a video that's already pre-recorded, and then they want to sit up there and type their response and type paragraphs. But when I'm actually here and I'm showcasing this dead to you in your face so that you can see who is doing this, black women. Who's dancing in this video, black women. Who have their kids in strollers while they're doing all of this type of behavior that you would find in a stripper club, black women. But I'm the one that hates black women. But I'm the one that hates black women though. But yeah, you got black women up here degrading themselves, devaluing themselves, allowing their kids to be around this type of behavior, allowing their son to be danced on and thinking that it's cute. You clearly see the girl in the green, she's laughing. She's okay in this type of behavior. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. Like I said, be straight silence whenever I sit up there and bring up stuff like this. And that's a shame. But now let me sit up there and bring up stories of a black man doing something in the community to somebody's child. Now people want to sit up there and start talking. But when I start sitting up there showcasing to you what women be doing, nobody cares. When I showcase to you what little black boys have to go through, nobody cares. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? But like I said to y'all before, the main thing I try to do on this platform is advocate for the kids, because the kids don't have nobody to speak for them. He don't know that this is wrong because all the adults around are sitting up there clapping him, trying to make him seem like a big man, something that he's not. He don't even got testosterone running through his body yet. Like real, let me just be real with y'all. What she's doing at this point in time, that's a mating call. That's something that she will be doing to entice and get the attention of grown men that are her age. Why would she be doing that type of mating call towards a minor, somebody's son? Like, this is disgusting. This is ridiculous. But yet, like I said before, magically, nobody has nothing to say. Let me catch that real quick. That's bars. That's 100% bars. Kojo said, Seiji, you hate black women because you hold them accountable. That's bars. The same things I've talked about here is the same things I've mentioned when it deals with black men doing it. You had the honorable minister sit up there and talk about these exact same things when he went to a black neighborhood or whenever he happens to speak in front of people. He talks about these things that happen within a community. But the only time that people magically want to care is when it deals with a black man doing something negative. If it's a black woman, well, you know, where are the men in the community? Where are the fathers? Where's the brothers? Where's the uncles? If the father was actually, if black fathers were actually present, then their kids, these things wouldn't be happening to their kids. What? Like that don't make any sense. You can have fathers present directly in a child's life, and things like this can still happen. People have such things as co-parenting. So the dad might get him one week, the mother might have him the other week. Two separate households. So how is a father going to sit up there and have any type of control or know 100% what is directly going on over there? He's not paying the bills over there. He ain't running that house. He's not there. But like I said, somehow, some way, you'll still have that certain group out there so fixated on trying to vilify and criminalize black men that they don't want to point out that you got black women out here doing this. And they're doing this to not only their own sons, but they're doing this to other people's sons. Baffling. It's baffling. It's 100% baffling. And this is the main thing that I'm trying to sit up there and tell y'all right now. If you have a mother allowing women to do this to her son, how do you think that he's going to internalize that as a man growing up? How do you think that he's going to internalize that as a young teenager? He was like, well, you know, my mom, she allowed her older friends to sit up there and dance on me. So that's all I perceive. And that's the way that I respect women. If you ain't dancing on me, if you ain't grinding on me, if you ain't showing me your physical worth, I don't care. The main thing I sat up there and told women before is that a little boy's, in a sense, first introduction to a woman or a girlfriend, in a sense, is his mother, because she is the one that teaches him, like, yo, this is how you value a woman. This is how you respect a woman. This is how a woman is supposed to act and supposed to respect herself and supposed to represent and present herself to a man. This is what a woman is supposed to do. But if you have that mother doing stuff like this, what message do you think that that's going to sit up there and mentally send to that young boy? Like I said, people don't want to think about that though. But people want to always say, oh, well, it was the black man's fault. The reason that black women are sexualized, over-sexualized, and hypersexualized. It's your fault because you had control over our images and you've allowed the white man to do this and the white man to do this. And now you guys are just mad because we're taking back our sexuality and our femininity and you're not able to make money off of it. You don't have control over us and all this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's some stuff that white women say. Being real. But like I said before, when you want to sit up there and hold people accountable and you want to let people know what it is, people want to sit up there and try to say that you hate certain people. And I'm like, you smoking rocks, my sir, but continue on. Much love and appreciation to Sean from the shop. Oh, yo, what's up? Hold on, let me get to the brother real quick. Much love and appreciation for the donation to the platform. Sean said they are creating the men who can't commit to a relationship. They've got to check themselves. Like I said, I can do all of the talking. I can bring up all of the examples, which I have a lot of, on this live stream, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter because women don't want to sit up there and listen to men. Even ones that are trying. Like I said, how many women are or want to sit up there and actually just sit down and listen to the Honorable Minister Farrakhan? How many of them want to sit up there and actually listen to him? Not a lot. And I'm not saying that you got to take every single thing that he's saying, but when it comes to the things that are detrimental to your image and to yourself, you might as well be listening to that 100% so that you can sit up there and figure out how to tune that and apply that to your life and fix whatever it is that's wrong. But a lot of women don't want to do that because they feel that they're oh so right. They feel that they are God's greatest gift, and because God made them, that it is what it is. Take it or leave it. And that's crazy. That's 100% crazy. And that's the main problem that I have at this moment in time. Like I said, I've pointed out where you have detrimental, negative, and unnecessary behavior in the black community when it comes specifically pertaining to black men and how it is that they contribute to certain things. And I've spent time on that. I've done videos, I've done live streams, whatever it is. But when I sit up there and do this, I get a whole bunch of mouths moving. I even have every now and again some black dudes that'll roll up and basically try to say that I'm wrong on what it is that I'm saying about the negative behavior. And I'm like, what are we doing here? I'm like, bruh, at the end of the day, the women here are not going to, that you're siding with, they're not going to sit up there and just magically flock to you. They're not going to date you. You're not going to be like, I'm really trying to understand where that type of mentality and logic is coming from when it deals with certain types of men. Because I'm like, that's baffling to me. That is 100% baffling to me. Like, that's crazy. We're talking about negative, detrimental behavior that is by way only of women. And you're body blocking that and shielding for what reason again? None. Doesn't make sense. So, like I said, because you got enablers who are both black men and you got enablers that are also black women, a lot of stuff just ain't going to get done. It's just going to be what it is. It's going to end up staying the exact same. And, it's crazy. Now, Tippy stated, it was like, it's both men and women in the video. You are 100% correct. You are 100% correct. Now, let me basically entertain this idea, right? If any of those guys, I'm not sure if they might be related to the young man. I'm not sure if they might be the father, whatever it is. If any of those guys decided that they wanted to call those women out on what it is that they were doing in the image of this young man here, that's not going to go pretty well. That's not. I've tried before to sit up there and inform a black woman about a child or children, and that didn't go over well. It was like, well, are you their father? Are you paying rent here? Are you giving money? Are we in a it's all of these other things to basically deflect from the fact that she's in the wrong. So what I'm saying is, yes, you are 100% correct. There are guys there, but what can those guys actually do? What can those guys actually tell those black women? And are those black women actually going to listen? If we're looking at the image of those black women, the way that they dress, the way that they're shaking their physical assets in order to attain certain types of attention and or monies, do we really think that those women are going to listen to anything of logic of what a man would have to say? And I'm just being honest. Women barely want to listen to other women who are trying to correct them. Like I said, I know this because I'm subscribed to other black women who have platforms who basically make their channel about talking about the detrimental and negative things that black women are doing and how it is that it needs to be corrected quick, fast, and in a hurry. And they get comments basically from other black women saying that they're hating, oh, you're just unattractive, you're jealous, you're this, you're that, all this type of deflecting because a black woman decided that she wanted to point out the things that black women are sitting up here doing. So if black women don't want to listen to me, if black women don't want to listen to other black women who have platforms, who are black women going to listen to? And that's the main thing that I try to convey in a lot of these videos. And it's like a lot of people don't, they don't want to just so happen to hear me, and, it's crazy. It's crazy. It is crazy, you know. Like I said, it's only so few. Like I said, Tippy has been here for, what was it? Like Tippy, Gail, Tia, Miss Durant, oh my God, Ash, Light, and also some of the others I can't exactly like name, at this moment in time. A lot of the women that I have named, who are also moderators on this channel, they've been moderators for a minute. They've been here for a while and they've called out some of this nonsense. But like I said before, whenever the women that I've listed and some of the women that I wasn't able to list at this moment in time, whenever they leave comments, a lot of the women that disagree with me, they never want the smoke. They never try to go for any of those women in the comments that's calling this stuff out. And I sit back and watch. I'm like, all right, I see Tippy down here, or I see Gail or whoever it is down here. They're making some good points. They sitting up here, trying to put women to, to task and whatnot. Let's see if any of these women come through and try to argue with them. They never do it. They never do it. But what they will make sure to do is if it's a black man down there talking, right, and he's basically making his point, then they want to interject themselves and basically start listing all of this other type of stuff. And they want to start, oh, well, black men always want to talk about black women. Y'all need to worry about yourselves and critique yourselves and stop worrying about what it is. This ain't your body and all this other. But when you got black women up here that you could easily be having this conversation with, black woman to black woman, you ain't trying to see that, though. Because you're going to get lit up. You ain't ready for that fight. So you're going to sit up there and take the easier battle in a sense because you're dealing with somebody else who's not a woman. So you feel that you have leverage because you are a woman and your opinion is basically, it matters more and it's greater because you are a woman. But yet these are the same people crying and talking about we need equality. Okay. All right. Let me know how that goes for you. Because like I said, I try to give you the equality that you want. And, they ain't ready. They ain't ready. Like I said, some of the same people, they're sitting in the background right now listening to this live stream and they watching and they ain't saying nothing. They ain't saying nothing. They ain't trying to go through the comment section. They ain't trying to say nothing to like the women here. Like, this is crazy. Let me see if this next video will sit up here and roll here. Hold on, give me a second. Where is the playlist at? Okay, that's the playlist.
Y'all gotta get out, man. Y'all gotta get out.
And look at the dude. He's like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "What is this?" Now hold on. Now let me go back real quick. Hold on. Now let me show you how birds of a feather flock together. Hold on. Because like how Tippy had pointed out before, there's a guy in the video. There's a black guy clearly in that video. But we clearly know what caliber of black man that is in that video. It is not a black man that is upstanding or respectable or that cares about the community. You can clearly see the clear-cut crack right there. You can see what looks to be underwear right there. You can clearly see what looks to be no belt at the back of his pants. Clearly no shirt directly at all. And then maybe like a cell phone directly in the back. So you already know what caliber of man this is. This is one of the Pookie and the Ray Rays, which women out here seem to continuously get pregnant by, knowing the fact that he is no good for black women, and also on the fact that he is not trying to value or respect a black woman at all. He's only there for the good time that black women just so happen to show. Case in point, like this black woman is clearly showing off her assets that no man there is looking forward to seeing in that business. Also noting the fact that she is pulling the Britney Spears at this moment in time by walking into this dirty establishment with unkept and unclean floors, barefoot, putting her naked butt, putting her outwardly innards that are in the bathing suit, scraping against this dirty floor and carpet that has had more bodies than a morgue. But like I said, when I point this out and I basically give you an example on how black women control their image and how they're allowing other individuals, other men out here to basically sexualize, over-sexualize, and hypersexualize them, it magically still gets put on black men. But you heard what she was telling the other woman. You heard how she was telling her to dance, how she was telling her to grind, how she was telling her to show herself off, just like the same way that she was showing herself off on the counter of that business. Everybody else in that business had clothes on, but these three. And you saw the guy there. He's like, "What is this?" Let's continue. Now, here you have the over sexualization, the hyper sexualization, and the objectification of a black woman. And the main thing that I've tried to state to a lot of black women out here that feel that I hate black women is the fact that this one image is going to be used on every single black woman. People out here in the world is not judging black people just on a single individual basis. Like black people like to try to, "Oh, well, I'm an individual. I don't do any of this." And, speak for yourself, brother. Keep your individual ass directly to the side. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to everybody else that know exactly what it is. So for everybody else that understands this, right? So that also means that the image of this black man basically being a part of this sexualization, right? That this black woman is allowing. Note who's in control here. Note who's in control. The guy is laying down, not doing nothing. The woman is on top. She's in control. Understand what I'm saying? So she knows exactly what it is she's going to do, what it is that she's not going to do, what's allowed, what's not allowed. The dude's just like, he's just sitting back there, right? Hold on, let me see. I think it continues a little bit more. Let me see. Let me just do that. Right? And then you have the classic bottle of alcohol directly there. And the main thing, if I did put this video up, one of the main things that I did state before is that whoever is working this ambulance, they need to be fired. They need to be fired because that's unsanitary conditions. Because you have to pull people in there whose life you have to save. So you mean to tell me that they got butt crack and cheek juices, unclean individuals directly in that ambulance, which is meant to save people's lives? So you got all of that bacteria directly in the back of that ambulance, and that's supposed to be fine and dandy. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy to me. The people who were working the ambulance that day, they need to be fired. 100% they need to be fired, because if they are going to allow this to happen, then more than likely other things, and y'all know what I'm talking about, other things have more than likely happened in the back of that ambulance as well. Like I said, it's a lot of uncouth and crazy behavior directly out here that is allowed, and it just shouldn't be. But it is what it is. Let me see. Yeah. And that's the point. And that's the main point that I try to sit up there and tell a lot of black women out here. It's like, yo, you can say that you're an individual all that you want to. That's great, sweetheart. You're an individual. You're doing it great. You're not acting like these women. I didn't really ask for that, nor do I care. The main point is, this is a problem. This is an issue. This is something that needs to be corrected. This just should not be a thing. This should not just be like left to like fester, because all that's going to happen is that your young girls who you're not really spending time with, who you're not talking to, who you're not instilling the value, self-love, and knowledge, they're going to sit up there and flock to these women. They're going to be like, okay, well, my mom isn't interested in really, trying to talk to me and all this other type of stuff. She's just like doing all that other type of stuff. I'm about to sit up there and go to these ones because I like what it is that they're doing, because I see their behavior and I see the positive thing in what it is that they're getting, which is what? They're getting attention. They're getting likes. They're getting views. That's what a lot of women like. They like attention. We're just going to put facts directly where it is. Whenever a woman decides that she wants to go out to a club, she's going to dress to the nine and make sure she is more attractive than all the other women out there, because that's her competition. A woman's goal when she goes to the club is to attain attention from a man, to get a potential suitor out there, either for a one night, a 1 month, a 1 week, or a long-term situation potentially. The whole thing that Nicki Minaj had up there where she was like, oh, women don't get dressed for men, women get dressed for themselves. Ma'am, what are you smoking? You're the same woman that did the song called Anaconda, shaking everywhere. And then you're also married to a guy, correct? And I'm pretty sure you didn't get that guy just because of your personality. You didn't get that guy because you were a brave and bright intellectual that could sit up there and cure cancer. That's not how that happened. The dude was enticed and seeing your body. Y'all more than likely had conversations and all this other type of. Like I said, I can't take women serious who sit up there and try to say that they don't do things because it delves and it deals with men. Men are honest about the stuff that they do. It's like, yeah, to an extent, like, yeah, dudes want to sit up there and like look nice, look good and stuff, because it will make you feel a certain type of way. It'll boost a guy's confidence, right? Because we have to work with what it is that we got. We're not like women where we can do a whole bunch of plastic surgery, put on a whole different makeup, and appear to be a whole different person. Only women can do that. Women can literally change every single facet of their body into some completely different. Women are almost like Legos at this moment in time, thanks to modern science. If you don't believe me, look up something called I think it's like a hymen surgery. Basically the inner workings, the little thin, I might have it incorrect, but basically the little thin layer of skin that is inside, right, of a woman, that can be basically broken and penetrated when you end up having relations with a man, right? They have a surgery where they can basically reinstall skin. So literally a woman can, in a sense, instead of all of that stuff that people were saying like 10 years ago, oh, I'm a born again virgin. BS. You're just sitting up here saying that, for this stint, I cut off having hoish types of behavior, and I decided to like sit with God for a moment and basically see what's out there before I continue with my hoish type of behavior. That's all that is. Now, with modern medical science, women can literally sit up there and say, "No, I'm a virgin," and they'll have proof in a sense because of that surgery. You have women in the Middle East that sit up there and do it because they sit up there and have relations with men before they're supposed to. And they're supposed to be a certain type of way when they're married. So in order to be that certain type of way, they got to go in and get that surgery. Like I said, like, yo, men can't do all of this stuff. Men can't fake all of this stuff. We just can't. We got to deal with whatever God set up there and gave us. This is why it's vastly different being a man versus actually being a woman. Women can literally fake everything. Guys don't have that luxury. Like it just is what it is. Like if you're a guy and you're born ugly, well, guess what? You got to be a good fighter, a good dancer, a good singer, you got to have some other type of skill that's going to attract women your way, and that's just the way it is. Like I said, the uphill battles that men have to do in order to not die alone is vastly different. No woman out here is actually really alone. And the reason that is because you're a woman. No woman actually is, in a sense, lonely. There's a guy out there that would actually, give you the time of day and actually want to be with you. It's not like that for guys. I've seen a lot of women that are 600 pounds and they're married and have boyfriends. They're in full-fledged relationships. Note what I said. These are women that are 600 pounds and up. 600 and up. That's a lot of women. And they have full-fledged relationships. They got kids and they're married. How many men do you know that are 600, 700, 800, 900 pounds of flesh and they're married in a happy relationship? I'll wait. So like I said before, if women ever actually say that they suffer from loneliness, no, they don't. It's just temporary. You're just selectively choosing to be alone. Because there's a whole bunch of guys out there that would be willing to actually be with you and give you the time of day. You just decide that you don't want to entertain and be with those guys because they're not your selected preference. Whereas guys, this is the reason that guys are open to trying to be with and date a lot of women. Because a lot of guys actually die of depression, die of being alone because, some guys are just unattractive. They don't have the luxury of just saying like, yeah, there's a woman out here for me. No, there's not. No, there's not. There's just not. And the saddest part is there are more women than there are men. And there's still not women out there that are going to sit up there and entertain that guy. If women literally determine that a guy is unattractive, if a guy is a 1 or a 0, women ain't messing with that guy. They're not trying to be in a marriage. They're not trying to be in a relationship. They're not trying to be associated or even next to that guy in a grocery line. It just is what it is. So, it is what it is. Yep. Even though I try not to mention like other people's names directly on this platform at all, I just let y'all mention those people, even though I know who they are. But yeah, if that was the case, that's in a sense who I would be. But that's not exactly where I am at this moment in time. The main thing I set up there and told people is like, if you want me to, in a sense, be an enemy, I can be the best villain that you would ever want. I have nothing but time. I can be the best villain that you would ever want. I would be there. I would be your shadow. I would be the condensation from your breath. Like I would be there. But like I said, that's not where my energy is. But it's a shame that you have a lot of people that want to leave comments, and that's in a sense where they would like for me to be in order to give a reason, a validation for a lot of the stuff that they just so happen to say. Like I said, it is what it is. If If they full-fledged believe that I hate black women, then disprove every single thing that I've been saying. Go back and look through a lot of my videos. Like I said, my content is clearly up there. You can clear cut, sew together and make a whole bunch of videos. You can cut it and edit it to the T, so that every word basically says a certain type of thing that you want your audience, or whatever belief that you in a sense have. Um, and the only person, in a sense, I've only actually had one person actually do that, and they made 4 videos about me. And I'm like, well, I could easily sit up there and like disprove what it is that you're saying very easily. But I'm like, you know what? No problem. Like, if you feel like doing this will get you like a fan base, if you feel like doing this will get you a jump start, I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy I'm here. The only thing I'll sit up there and tell you in the long run is that you better slowly but surely start to change your content, because if ever at a moment in time that I'm not here, your content is basically done, right? Like, case in point, where you got some women out here that are still mad at Kevin Samuels. They're still mad, and they're still in a sense making content on a guy that is not even here. Like, the craziest part is, when he was alive, none of these individuals were really trying to say nothing, because they could have just pulled up to the show and they could have had a conversation. But they didn't want to do that. But they real quick to sit up there and start making videos of content and talking about a dude who's not even alive right now to defend himself. So you're big and bad when a man is dead, but you're quiet as a church mouse when a guy is alive and you can actually talk to him. You can have those conversations. Or you can actually talk to the women, right, that actually agree with the things that he's saying. Craziness. But like I said, women aren't going to, when it comes to those topics, a lot of women aren't going to venture and talk to those other women, because they're not prepared. They're not at the readiness to deal with that type of conversation, right? You got certain women that are prepared, right, and that can handle those conversations, and you got a lot of other women that just can't. you know like I said, it's crazy. uh well, I for me, I never basically posted the channel, due to the fact that ain't trying to give nobody no extra type of light, and stuff like that. Like I said, if they're going to flourish off of talking about me, then it grows organically. Hopefully, like I said before, whatever. And I've seen all 4 videos, and I was just sitting up there, I was baffled. I'm like, word, my guy, like, this is what we're doing. It was to the point, like, I had to start laughing in the video, because one of the videos that I did, I had this is when I first started doing the green screen, right? So in the background, I have the green screen up, and the dude was like, yeah, that's you see, can't even say my name right. I think he was like SEIJIHITO. He says something crazy, but he was like, yeah, his house is so dirty. That's why he got that green thing up there. Because he got roaches on the walls, and his house is unkept and unclean. Yeah, I'm like, where do you get this logic from? Like, where are you coming from? Like, you sound crazy. And one of the other videos, the dude was sitting up there saying how and this is quote unquote supposedly a black dude, right? He was quote unquote saying how I was a punk, because all of my videos now, and this is note to any of the black women, right, that are here that feel that I hate black women. The first person that told me that I basically hated women, more specifically Caucasian women, was a guy that was quote unquote black. He said that I was a punk and a variety of other words, and say that I just want to attack, white women, who can't, defend themselves. And if he were to ever see me, that I think he said that he would fight me or knock me out or something like that. Some crazy stuff. And then the video that he decided to want to defend a white woman on, the woman went to jail because she was going after children. So I'm like, hold on. I'm like, bruh. First of all, this woman looks like a meth addict. Second of all, she's in an orange jumpsuit, and you can clearly see the body ruler right behind her. So clearly, this is a mugshot. And you listen to the video only for my commentary, but you didn't listen to the part of the story where I was literally saying that this woman went to jail for going after children. And this is the type of woman you're defending. This is why I don't be really replying or responding back to like some of the videos that I've seen online that people have basically like made trying to quote unquote call me out and all of these other things. Like I said before, yo, make a platform. If you believe that all the stuff that I'm saying is wrong, make a platform and put out the information that you want to be put out. I've seen some of those pages as well, and I was looking at them, and I'm like, all right, you got some stories up here, okay, all right. And then it says one video section where all the videos are basically what black men have basically did to like everybody else, and I'm like, really? I'm like, so you got 5 videos here, 10 videos here, some other videos are like, other people, but you got 300 plus videos of nothing but what black men have done. I'm like I said, I can admit things that have taken place. But like I said before, this is where it stops. If we to go historically, everybody is losing that battle. Because like I said, all I have to do is King Leopold of Belgium. If you don't know who that is, look him up. He is a Belgian man that sat up there and went through and slew about 10, I think they said about like 10 to 15 plus million of the Congolese people during his time there in Congo. I can't name you anybody black that has slew 10 to 15 million Europeans. I can't name those individuals. Just saying. And then if we want to go to a more historical type of thing, let's just look at all of the wars that have transpired, all of the many bodies that has piled up. Let's look at the main people who have helped to help things go extinct. Europeans, pagans. Let's pilgrims. Let's look at that. Black people didn't sit up there and kill 1.3 million bison. We didn't do that. That was y'all. So like I said before, y'all got a hand in taking out any and all life forms. The only thing that you can't seem to affect or make go extinct is water as of yet, clean air as of yet, and rock. That's it. Anything else that has a spirit or life form, that's all y'all. Y'all like sitting up there making things go extinct. Case in point, go look at the Avatar movie, the first Avatar movie. That was y'all. Y'all left Earth or whatever planet that was. Y'all went to a whole other planet and y'all damn near slew the indigenous people there. And then y'all wanted to get to the point where it was like, you know what? I don't want to fight with my people anymore. I want to go to the other side. Let me upload my body into one of these avatars and become one of the avatars. AKA white people, in a sense, becoming transracial or being the last of anything. How? Isn't that what Jordan Peele basically showed y'all in Get Out? Where they had like the white guy, basically, he had the body of a black man? Isn't that what they showed you? That was pretty much the exact same thing that they showed you in like real terms in a sense, so that people can somewhat get their minds around it. Like a lot of people probably laughed at it and thought it was a joke, but like I said before, people don't understand some of the technology out here. But I ain't trying to dive into all of that. But regardless of that, I'm just sitting up here saying. And last but not least, let me see if I got one more video up here. What was this one? Oh yeah. Let me do this. Okay. So it's going to get to a certain point in the video where I'm going to have to mute it, and I'll basically pause it and let you know what the girl is sitting up there saying. But to a lot of those women out there that think that I hate black women and that I'm just jealous because they're going elsewhere, let me have one of your preferences basically inform you or inform all of us of certain things that those black women like to sit up there and do.
Someone comments under one of my posts or comes to my
my DMs and says to me. I don't like when people refer to me as white chocolate. It's just kind of gross, in my opinion. Also, the second one is when someone's calling me spicy white, like, no. And the worst, the third one, don't ever, ever refer to me as anything dealing with slavery or anything around that time. No, you try to get blocked. If you what?
So remember what he just sat up there and told you. He sat up there and told you that you have these women out here that will refer to him in certain types of names that he doesn't like to be called, but they'll still sit up there and call him this anyway. And then you have these same types of women that will decide that they want to start calling him master or massa, aka the massa challenge, which is something that I did a video about and showcased to y'all before. But like I said before, people didn't really want to say too much, directly about that. All of those people that normally have comments didn't really want to sit up there and say that much, right? So like I said, that was one of their preferences, basically telling them to stop doing all of this negative BS, but yet they don't want to listen. So let's go to the next example. She basically stated that me trying to talk to a black guy after only dating white guys. Pay attention.
I mean, shit, I'm just really trying to holler at you for real.
Holler at me for what?
You said what?
Holler at me for what?
I mean, you're pretty. You
Oh,
got a nice smile.
oh,
I love your personality.
oh, that's
You're the only
cute.
girl I'm really fucking with right
Oh,
now.
wow.
One I'm interested in, to be honest with you.
Oh, wow, that's cute.
I mean, you gonna give me a chance?
I'm gonna call you back.
So you heard. Let me just throw that back real quick. You heard. This is just an example. It might have been a skit, whatever it is, but this is what some guys basically talk about when they try to talk to certain black women out there, and this is the type of attitude that they get. They get all of this attitude for clearly no reason. You hear the dude is talking like he's not really aggressive or nothing. He's like, yo, I'm really trying to talk to you. I'm interested. I'm only trying to, mess with you. So that, with the sarcasm, I think you're beautiful. I think you're cute. All this other stuff. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that's sweet. So, you're going to let me, try to, see what it is. I get back to you. But notice, realistically, if it was an actual white guy trying to talk to her, all of that aggressiveness and all of that energy that she got, gone. She would never sit up there and do that. She would never sit up there and act that way. She would be acting as sweet and as docile as could be. If that white dude told her to jump, she'll be at the moon. Let's continue.
You gonna give me a chance?
I'm gonna call you back.
You're naughty.
All right. So this one I technically have to pause, but I'm gonna let it basically play. So she basically asks this white guy like, "Are you a Nazi?" And he replies back, "Are you a Nazi?" And she starts saying, she's like, do you think that they would accept me and all this other type of stuff and these different types of things? And then she goes into the thing of like, oh yeah, I know how you guys would use me. Like you guys like to use black girls and gangbang them and all this other type of stuff and spit on them and stuff like that. And this is basically what she's saying right now. And she's smiling while she's sitting up there saying it and stuff because she finds it attractive and she finds it cute, right? And that's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy. Like I said, you have a lot of these black women out here that will sit up there and play into this race play and all of these other types of things that their preference is clear cut into, or that certain demographic is clear cut into. But note, if a black guy was to just come up and try to like holler at her real quick, she'll have a problem. She'll throw up like a stank face and all this other type of stuff. Why? Because it's a black guy trying to talk to her. She's not attracted to black guys. So she's going to show the distaste, right, and the loathing that she has. But when it's white dudes that she knows that might talk a certain type of way or see her a certain type of way, she is attracted to that type of thing. She's into that type of thing. Pay attention. So this one is also muted as well originally because it had music. So I'm trying to get it to slow down. So the image below from what she wrote. She said, "My friend sent me this vid because he blocked me," meaning her boyfriend. I mean, because he's blocked, meaning the black woman that you see to the left blocked her ex white boyfriend, right? But laughing, my butt off. Um, are you not embarrassed? Somebody said, "Are you not embarrassed to post stuff like this?" Please, I'm sorry. So you have the black girl deciding to do a stitch because this is a TikTok video. She did a stitch with her ex white boyfriend, who they're no longer together. And in his video, he's dancing to a tune and he's sitting up there saying, "I know my ex is punching the air right now, saying how well I'm doing without her." That's some needy type of behavior. You're literally trying to stitch a video with a person that you blocked and that you're no longer with. For what reason? You haven't moved on. You didn't find another guy of your same preference to basically be with. You're just doing this. All right. All right. Like I said, and she thinks she's cute. She really thinks that she's doing something. Now this is the one I'm going to let y'all hear the sound because it's very important. Very, very important. And yes, up top, that is a black woman that is in college. Pay attention and also look at the Australian man that's down below. Listen.
Yo, what's good, nigga?
Annie, oh my gosh, I love you so much. Oh my gosh, I found you. Yes. Oh my god, this is so amazing. Yesterday, I was trying to find you on Twitter, but your Twitter got deleted.
Yeah, I did.
Oh my gosh, I love you so much, man. I can't believe I found you.
Nubian queen.
I know, right? I'm such a Nubian queen, man. Oh my gosh, my boyfriend's an oil driller. I'm so happy about that. Are you?
Now, no, pay attention. The European man that you see below, he normally does content where, he trolls on Omegle in order to get reactions because he's in blackface and he'll start saying a whole bunch of racial stuff in order to get a type of reaction, right? Because that's what his viewership is about. Fine, no problem. That's cool. But the black woman that is up there, clearly knowing who he is, likes his content, loves his content, is a super ultra major fan. And even though he's in blackface, she magically stated that, "Oh, this is so great. This is incredible because my boyfriend is an oil driller." Let's continue.
I love you so much. You don't know how much I'm a big fan. Like, I woke up this morning, going on 4chan. I'm like, I'm just gonna check. And I was like, can't play Candy's on. I clicked Omegle. I had to get up. I'm like, oh, so I know you're my trans nigga. I love you, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Awesome.
Now, I'm not, maybe y'all couldn't catch that, but she literally called him a trans nigga, meaning the fact that he is transracial. Also mentioning the fact that she knows that and identifies the fact that he is a white man in blackface.
Yo.
Good to meet you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that you're a trans nigga. Welcome to the community.
Yeah, black power.
Yeah, black power, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, I cannot wait to tell my friends this. No, you're so amazing. I don't know why. Oh, how's Nick? Did you talk to Nick in a while?
Yeah, we talk sometimes. He's okay.
Oh, okay, that's good. I just want to check out on your Nick. I haven't seen Nick that much because I've been busy with like online school, but like, yo,
Cool.
that's so good. I love how you just breaking the barrier of just race and gender. Like, it's so good.
Awesome.
I literally was like, I woke up sad, and I was like, you know what, let's go to Fortune. I just saw your beautiful black ass. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so happy.
Awesome. Well, I'll see you around.
Okay, no,
people wonder why I say the things that I say. And this is why instead of me just talking, I'm like, you know what? Let me just showcase and bring you guys proof. Because I would love for people who love to keep, like deflecting. I would just love to see what they would have to say about all of this content that I directly have up there that, I'm showcasing. Clear cut. Love to sit up there, love to see that and have those conversations like, oh, you just really have, a hate for black women and you're really just attacking them and all this other type of stuff. But it's like you do realize that she was talking to a white guy in blackface, right? Who was doing all of this type of stuff. But what I want y'all to notice, which is the funny part is, which a lot of these black women don't understand, he was bothered in a sense by the fact that she was there to congratulate him. He didn't need her congratulations. He wasn't looking for any type of admiration at all because he is who he is and he knows the type of content and stuff that he does. So he was like, whatever, I hear this stuff like every single day. Like I get this from, black women or whatnot, whatever. He was letting her talk, but he was just waiting to get to somebody else because that's not what he was looking for. He was completely unfazed and unbothered by the stuff that she was sitting up there saying. But it was like she couldn't even sit up there and get it through her head because this is the type of guy that is her preference. So she thinks giving like all of this love and admiration is really sitting up there doing something when it's not. He could care less. He gets off on having the reactions that he gets. Now, let's go to the greatest one right here. And this is why I played that clip where you got those black women, the older black women that sit up there and said that they love the fact that white men are doing whatever it is that they're doing as cops. Let's go to this one. Let's see what happens when you have those types of women teaching and raising young girls, right?
Would you like me to handcuff you and point the gun at the back of your head and... Yeah, no, it's you like that bit too much.
It's so funny how you really think I'm not turned on by this.
All right.
There's 3 things I can't stand.
So
when someone like comments under one of my posts or comes to my DM.
Oh, give me a second.
I don't
Trying
know what people
to
refer
get
to
that
as my
right
time,
back.
which is kind of gross in my opinion.
So
How you really think I'm not turned on by this.
So, case in point, like I just said earlier, the white guy is not impressed by the black woman sitting up here giving him all of this respect and all of this admiration and all these other types of things. He's looking for a certain type of thing. If he already knows that if he wanted attention from, these black women out here, he could easily sit up there and get it. I just showed you 2 videos of black women giving him all types of love, all types of support, irregardless of the content that he does. Knowing the fact that right here in this video, he's in a sense doing like a George Floyd type thing. That's what he's basically alluding to. And then you have the black girl up top sitting up there laughing and giggling at it, not even really, I guess, thinking nothing much. And she's like so attracted and so in there, like it's really getting her at this moment in time. And y'all wonder why it is that I say the things that I say. And black women wonder why it is that they get treated and seen a certain type of way by other men out here. But then black women don't want to sit up there and look at the fact that you have examples like this. You got black women like this that are out here using the image of a black woman and putting it out there like that to the world. And I keep sitting up there telling y'all, if you go into a lot of these racist sites where these types of guys are, you will really see how they feel and talk about black women. But like I said, y'all ain't ready to sit up there and do that. You ain't brave enough to do that. You're brave to sit up there and try to have mouth towards me when I'm showcasing proof and going over videos and commentary and doing stuff about this. But you will never sit up there and want to actually go to your preferences man cave online and look at a lot of those old forums and those posts and what they're currently saying about black women and how it is that they are and how they don't respect them. Y'all don't want to do that though, but you claim that black men are the only ones that disrespect. don't value black women at all. That's crazy. That's clear cut crazy. I just literally showed you black women who are disrespecting and devaluing themselves in order to get attention from men of other races. And I clear cut had one of their preferences speaking, stating what women like to sit up there and do and come through in his comment section and in his DMs. And quote unquote telling them to stop doing it. Interesting. Very interesting. Matter of fact, I think I might actually have one more. We're just having a field day, directly out here, you know. Well, that one I can't really sit up there and put up there because I would have to. Would I really have to edit that out? Well, whatever. I'm not gonna put that one out. I'll put this one up there though.
Hey, what's going on over here? Let me talk to you. So when I don't feel bad, I am not apologetic at all that I refer to black women as chocolate babies. What? That shit is not bad. You 30 years older than me, though. I understand, man. Two total different generations. Back in the 50s, that shit probably ain't sound fucking too good. In 2021, though, that shit ain't bad. You know what I'm saying? I ain't out dropping the N word and shit. You know what I mean? I could be like them other white boys to be singing that shit in the song, thinking that shit cool. I don't do that. Alright? I do love black women, though, and they definitely my little chocolate babies. What chocolate my favorite motherfucking flavor? What, goddamn, turn your granddaughter into my chocolate baby. Well, you gotta watch out for some young cats when some of malicious and out some of them.
So, and I went through the comments of the black women that were okay with him calling them chocolate babies. And you had two women out of the bunch that had respectable comments that I showcased as well. One was that of a Caucasian woman that said that he sound pretty silly and goofy with that accent and how it is that he's trying to act at the end of the day and basically telling him to stop it. And that was one of his own women. And note that black women did not come there to try to cape for him or anything like that, because there's nothing that a black woman would be able to say to a Caucasian woman that knows her men, right? And then you had a black woman that was there, and she basically broke down the same thing that I talked about in the video. And the funniest thing is that all the black women that were commenting saying that, oh, I love this, I could be a chocolate baby, I'm an old woman, and yeah, I'm a chocolate baby too. She was like, he literally just told y'all that y'all better just be happy that I'm not using the N-word. So instead, I'm calling y'all this. That's literally what he just said. And black women just blew past that, and it was like, oh, I love being called a chocolate baby. I love it. I adore it. I want to be one. And then I go back to what I stated again, and black women wonder why it is that they are not respected. Because you have black women out here that will decide to delve into this type of nonsensical behavior. Not knowing, well, I'm sorry, it's not even not knowing, not understanding the fact that that one image or that one message is going to be used throughout a lot of social media sites that black women are not privy to, because black women are not trying to do all of that research on their preference and the types of websites that are directly out there. They're not trying to do that. Like I said, that's crazy. That's 100% crazy. Like, it's funny if a black man were to try to roll up to any of those women that basically agree with this type of language, and he was like, "Yo, hey, beautiful, how you doing? Hey, what's your name?" They would get angry. They would almost be ready to sit up there and fight, if not press charges. They would consider that harassment. But this one here, because he got a trimmed up beard, he's a ginger. He has a trimmed up beard. He got an earring in his ear. He has the type of accent, right? And he's wearing a hat and he got a clean shirt. They're fawning over this dude and thinking that it's okay. And they're literally okaying, by them okaying him doing this, they're okaying other ethnicities of men to come up with these types of names to basically call black women. When, to my knowledge, as a black man, I've had black women, don't call me baby, don't call me ma'am, only refer to me as my name. Or like, there's a whole list. There's a whole list on how it is that I'm supposed to introduce myself and go about the situation. But if it comes to guys like this, there is no barrier for entry. The gates are open. The floodgates are open. Crazy how that works. Crazy how that works. Like I said before, it is what it is. You know, uh, I come through and I come through with a lot of the videos now to showcase the facts and the examples of the things that I want to talk about. Because a lot of people just feel that, oh, you're just talking, you don't got no examples, show the proof, show the proof. So now, like I said, when you give people exactly what it is that they want, now they don't show up. Magically, they skipped over those videos. So this is why when I go through video comment sections of like other videos, I sit there and laugh because I'm like, yeah, I ain't really about that life. Because if you was really trying to sit up there and critique me and come at me, you would actually use my own content against me. But you can't sit up there and do it because you would have to break it up and chop it up in order to make it seem like what it is that you want to convey. But it's a little bit hard and tough to sit up there and do that. A little bit hard and tough to sit up there and do it. So, it's like I said, it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. Yo, what's up, Kay? What is going on, brother? What is going on? Tippy said they want to come at Seji's throat with hate, but open their mouths wide. You usually I sit up there and like read the comments ahead of time because I usually try not to have like certain things directly up there. Ah, Lord have mercy. I should have remembered. Lord have mercy. But yeah, Tippy told the truth. She 100% told it. And the funny thing, Tippy, the funny thing is, I have a video that I'm working on. I'm still working on it. There's so much editing and blocking out of pictures that I have to do because I'm really trying to make sure that I can potentially put this on YouTube. It's of images. And it's of one individual. And it is a what you would consider in a sense a black woman, but I want to say she's West African. And in a deleted comment, she had said some things about black men. I really wish I could pull her comment, but I have some of the other things that she has done. And I'm still trying to go through and edit those images. Like certain stuff I would actually put on Patreon, but I'm not sure how that would technically work. So that I think I would have to actually place that like somewhere else, for a lot of these unedited things because it's like the stuff that I talk about. You said, Kata said, where can I find that video that you made of the black woman talking to black men on the phone, but only dates white women? That video, that was like somewhere on Twitter. That like a lot of these videos, like I said, you spend enough time on social media, you'll happen to catch a lot of these videos. You'll just so happen to like catch a lot of these videos. Like it's crazy. It is 100% crazy. And I'm like, yo, black women, y'all got to start, having conversations with some of your sisters out here. I'm not sitting up here saying that you're gonna be able to save them, but the way that they sitting up here moving is making all of y'all look crazy. like I said, black men already have a hard enough time trying to move as it is, and you got other black men out here doing some reckless type of stuff, making the rest of us, in a sense, look or appear to be bad, and that's not even realistically the case. So I'm saying the same exact thing that's happening to black men is the same exact thing that's sitting up there happening to y'all. And for black guys, we got brothers out here trying to talk to like black men and inform them and and tell them all these things. But you already know how that works. The only person that they technically listen to is the honorable minister. That's about it. You've had some of the rappers and so on and so on. Like they've gone to the nation and they've had conversations with brothers there and they'll listen. Also, shout out to the few people that dropped off when I mentioned the honorable minister. Like I said, it's I guess mentioning the minister is a good way to scare the devil. I'm guessing. I don't know, because magically when I happen to mention that, numbers start falling off real quick. So that's it is what it is. Um, Chrono said, wasn't he putting the links in the description? Nah, nope, nope. I used to a long time ago. When it dealt with news stories, I used to sit up there and put the links directly in the comment section, and magically either people said that the links didn't work, they couldn't see the links, or they complained about the source. So I'm like, whatever. It's like I'm just going to do the stories, and it's like there's not going to be any links up there because either which way I do it, somebody will sit up there and complain about it. So yeah, that was like some years ago that I put links directly up there. Some years ago. Um, some of the other things that people asked about, I forgot the name. I could see their picture, but I forgot the name. But somebody said in the comment section underneath a video was like, send us the link, or let us know the name of the people that leave some of these tweets and stuff, meaning some of the comments up there. And I'll post a tweet directly up there, but I block out the name because I don't want, in a sense, somebody to basically make it seem like I'm trying to cause some type of harassment or whatever it is, directly, towards that person. Like the one woman, like I said, I disagree with everything that she did. Let me see if I can go back to that video. Was it the first one? Like her. I disagree with everything that she's sitting up there doing. But I'm not on my side from my platform. I'm not trying to have a whole field of people basically go to her stuff and basically start saying X Y Z and whatnot or whatever. I'm not trying to do that. Mm-mm. We ain't doing that here. So like I said, for my own safety, I sit up there and block out those names, because you got people out here, they crazy out here. Like I said, I can disagree with anybody that it is on social media, but I have to be very mindful of the fact that you got individuals out here that move vastly differently. They'll try to sit up there and do stuff, and then if something happens to somebody that I put a comment of, what they going to sit up there and do? Well, this one dude on social media, he's been putting up a lot of people's comments. You also sit up there and check him first. Now people would try to basically try to say that I'm liable for what it is that happened to another individual, even though I had nothing to sit up there and do with that. That was the actions of another individual. But like I said, things work, vastly different out here, and that's what I try to make, you know, people understand. Let me see. Well, let me highlight that. K, know what it is? He was like, Seji, I was just about to say the harassment. Yeah, like I said, I disagree with a lot of these women out here, but this is why when I have conversations, I do my best not to mention names. Because, like I said, I'm not trying to, if it is somebody on YouTube that I disagree with, I ain't about to sit up there and have no back and forth for what? Like, it's not going to serve no purpose. That's just going to be more content for them to, sit up there and make, and all of this other type of stuff, and da 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 da. Like, I'm not looking for that. Like I said, for me, I'm about like actual solutions to, problems, that are directly out there. Like, that's where I'm at. Solutions. But the people that I do name are, people, of course, that I admire. So you might, have the Honorable Minister, um, Brother Reza Islam, Brother Ben X, um, uh, I can't say her name correctly. Shahara Zad Ali. Hopefully I did not butcher her name. Um, uh, um, who else? Um, what is it? Pink Book Diary. Brother Torian, Reigns, Sister Lisa Cabrera, True Royal, Phil Scott from African Diaspora. And it's like a few, like a few other people. Like if I do name names, those are people that, I really do appreciate, them and the work and the stuff that, they're doing. Stuff like that. But, for other people when it deals with other conversations, I ain't saying nothing. Some of y'all might know who the individuals are because I told y'all I was subscribed to them some years ago because I'm like, hey, they're black women, they got a platform, they looking kind of cute. Let me see, what it is that they saying. And it got to that content and it got to that point where I hit that wall where it was like, it's like, do not pass the stop sign, do not pass go. And I'm like, you got it. I'm out of here. So it's like, yeah, Pink Book, yo, she's funny. It's like the thing about Pink Book lessons is like her humor. I put it like almost on like some Frasier like type stuff where it's like her humor is like it's sort of like dry humor. It's like she's saying stuff that's funny, but she's still like on task and like on like like the conversation and stuff. Like it's fun. Like in order to understand, you would actually have to like listen to like her content and stuff. Like it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Um, there's another woman I had just found as well. Did not do a I did do a video about her too. I did a video about I don't want to butcher her name, and I know if I say it, I'm gonna butcher her name. Um, but there's another black woman out there that she stands up for black men, and she's literally created a platform for black men to basically come there in safety, to be able to talk about a variety of things, to be able to, express what it is that they feel on a lot of topics, and how it is that they feel about, um, the community and black women and different things, of that nature. Because the main thing that I've told people before is that when it comes to the black community, therapy is needed for everybody. That's one of the main things that even Kevin Samuels himself stated. He stated that a lot of people need therapy. He stated that to black women and he stated that to black men. Uh, but like I said before, some people will only listen to the stuff that is sensationalized, the stuff that's going to garner attention, the stuff that seems kind of caustic and different things of that nature, versus listening to the overall message that's within an actual video. Like he set guys straight. That's where I started. So before all of these women basically jumped on board and started hating Kevin Samuels, I was there when this dude was talking about, let me teach you some stuff that your father didn't teach you. I was there when he was talking about, trying to match up different ties and different suits and how to tie this and how to match a belt with a suit, the perfect type of shoes, the different types of colognes that you can use, the different types of haircuts. And like he was literally informing dudes like, yo, this is how you straighten up. Instead of going out here trying to be a bum, you saying like, right, he would sit up and tell people like, yo, you acting like you're a Mac, you acting like you get all of these women, but we really know that you don't. We know that you barely sit up there and take showers and baths, that you can barely clean yourself properly. So as a man, let me use my platform to basically teach you what it is to be a man and how it is that you're supposed to move. That's where I started. a lot of women, 90+% of women that hate Kevin Samuels because of the videos that are out there, they don't know anything about those videos. They're not paying attention to none of those videos. The man has literally come out earlier on. Before he got hot, he was literally sitting up there getting on guys for not washing properly, not bathing properly, right? With sitting up there talking about how they, have BO because of the different types of stuff that they sit up there and eat or use and all this other type of stuff, telling them to go out there and like exercise, talking about heart disease and all these other things that basically take guys out. Like, he was talking about a lot of important stuff, but like I said, a lot of women don't want to pay attention to that. The only time that women want to pay attention is when they feel that a black man is sitting up there saying something negative, saying something demeaning. So when you sit up there and say that, you'll have every black woman's attention. So once that transition started basically happening, and he was like, oh. So it was like, nobody wanted to pay attention when I was solely making a channel dealing with and talking about men and what it is that they should be doing. But everybody seems to want to gather and start paying attention to me when I'm talking about women and specifically pointing towards black women. Okay, let me basically stay there. And it's like, even within that, even within everything that he was saying, there was still a message that was there. Because in order to get a message, it's like, in a sense, having a relationship. Some of the guys, they know exactly what it is that I'm talking about. If you have ever been in a relationship with a woman, the only way to realistically get a woman to listen 100% is to make her angry. And that's just facts. I'm not here to sit up there and debate nobody about nothing. This is not even up for debate. Like I said, this is a man. This is his experience. This is what it is that I know. When it comes to a guy being right, and when it comes to a guy speaking logically directly to a woman, the only way for her to actually understand and hear a man 100% is only for her to get mad. Because other than that, guys know what I'm talking about. If you come to a woman and you're, talking all nice, you talking all sweet and all of this, they're ignoring you. They're still on their phone. They might be on their tablet. They might be doing whatever. They're not fully paying attention to you. But the moment in time you sit up there and start saying something where they feel like they're getting attacked in a conversation, or they feel like you're saying something negative or something that's untrue about their character, whatever it is, oh, they're all ears. Because now they're all ears because they're trying to sit up there and get their armory together because they're about to drop a nuke on you. So like I said before, I said exactly what I said. The only way that women 100% listen to a guy is only when they're angry. Women are not going to listen realistically to the logic of a man when they're in a calm position. That's just not how it works. That's not how it works. Because I've literally had too many instances where I've talked to women and I've said something and they're like, wait, you said that? Like, I don't remember you saying that. Like, repeat what you said again. But the moment in time I sit up there and say something to make them mad, now they can sit up there and start stating everything verbatim, backwards and forwards. They can almost speak in a Babylonian language and repeat everything back to me. And I'm like, wow, that's incredible. Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. But what Sojo said, if they're immature women, girls. See, this is the thing. I get what some people sit up there and say, but my thing is like, yo, once you're at the point in time, like you're 25, 30, 40, 50, you can't sit up there and keep, in a sense, putting in a thing of being a girl. Like I said, age is a solidified thing. If I'm 60 right now, I can't sit up there and say like I'm 18. That's not how that works, right? So it's like, when it comes to a certain age range, like I'm not gonna, if a 50-year-old woman is acting like this, I can't be like, yeah, she's an immature girl. I can't do that. Like that, it doesn't make sense. Like you get what I'm saying? Like it doesn't, like fit the whole situation. But like I said, man, hey, it is what it is. Like I said before, I put it to you like this, right? when I used to on an older platform, I think I might have some videos on this platform as well. When I made videos that were positive and they were directed towards black women, I didn't get a whole bunch of flack. I didn't get a whole bunch of mouth. I didn't get all the people that basically say I hate black women. They never showed up for those videos. They never showed up for the videos where I was talking positively about black women, always saying at the end of videos, much love and appreciation to all the black women out there, the mothers, the sisters, the aunts, the grandmothers. You are the cradle of civilization. I had a whole thing that, I would sit up there and say. I would never sit up there and hear nothing. But now the moment in time, and like I said, some women appreciated it, but you had a lot of others that didn't, right? But the moment in time that magically all of that niceness in a sense disappeared, now this is where all of these people come from, where they're like, "Oh, you hate black women." I'm like, really? That's very interesting. I'm like, you know what? You say I hate black women? Let me sit up there and talk to my mom, because she be on this platform and she watches my videos and she listens to the stuff that I say. Let me sit up here and call her real quick and see if she hates. So I sit up there and actually, like, I took one of the comments. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it might be something in there. Let me call mom real quick and sit up there and ask her. And I sat up there and asked her, and she was like, no. That would be the main person to know if I hate black women or not, a black woman who raised me. So to sit up there and see other people leaving comments talking about stuff that they don't know, it just gets to the point where it's laughable, where it's like, people just start to look like clowns. Everything is like a circus. Like it starts looking crazy. I'm like, y'all grown individuals out here. Like, there's a lot of other platforms that you could actually be at, but you decide to waste time here, knowing the fact that I don't really care about, in a sense, what it is that you're saying. It's, in a sense, just a nice distraction at this moment in time, and I may or may not give it a little bit of momentum by responding back, just depending on the way that I feel, depending on the breaks that I'm taking at the moment in time. I might see the comment, I'm like, yo, this clown is back here again. Maybe I might say something, maybe I might not. Right? So it's, because the original thing is, this is what I sit up there and talk about, that black people are, in a sense, doing the job of, Caucasian individuals, right? Where originally when I started the platform, I used to get all of this talking stuff that I get from, some of the black people out here. I would normally get that from white people. They would be coming through that comment section. I used to I used to get some racist stuff too. That was good times, good times. And then magically that started falling off. And then once I started doing videos on the black community and black people, and trying to, give a solution and fix, certain things that I've grown up around and I've experienced, magically this is when I am in the biscuit bunch, in the Oreo bunch, any variety of things that people could try to say to, in a sense, hint towards that I am not for black people, right? That I am not B1, as some people basically stated. Because when I did some stories, people like, yo, man, you shouldn't be sitting up there talking about these stories, because these stories are, these should be behind, closed doors problems. You shouldn't be talking about this in front of, on a platform that is as far reaching as yours. Talking about this in front of the man like that, it doesn't make any sense. That don't sit well with me. I don't, I was originally for this platform because, brother, I thought you was B1, but it seems like you are not B1. It seems like you are white first. It seems like you are slowly but surely becoming the white man's dog. And I'm like, nigga, where you coming from with all of this shit? I'm like, where do you come from? What are we doing here? I'm like, if anything is the case, who is signing your checks? Because you ain't signing checks to yourself, my guy. Who you paying that mortgage money to? Because you ain't paying it to yourself, my guy. Who you paying the money to that land to? Who you paying the money to that car to? What we doing? What we doing? Who grocery store are you patronizing? Who restaurant are you patronizing? Matter of fact, whose last name are you wearing right now? Whose cell phone are you sitting up there using? Whose internet are you sitting up there using? Whose electricity are you sitting up there using? Who's the name of that water company, as a matter of fact? Who's the doctor that you're using when you go get your checkups? Who's that dentist? Whose last name is on the brand of the alcohol that you like drinking? Okay, okay. Like I said, because a lot of people out here in the community want to sit up there and act like they just getting money from out of thin air. But I'm like, a lot of y'all niggas sitting up here working the same standard jobs that everybody else is or has sat up here and worked. And you niggas sitting up here getting your checks signed by white individuals that ain't related to you, nigga. So what are we talking about? Who's a lapdog? Who's the one working in the house? What are we doing? What are we doing? Black people. Like I said, like I should not have to sit up there and go that far and and even have to do that. I shouldn't have to sit up there and do that. But like I said before, when you decide, as I've stated to you before, when you want to talk nice to black people, they'll show you their ass and they'll give you the utmost disrespect. Now, when you decide to meet black people somewhat on the same time and on the same level playing field, where black people feel like they're getting disrespected, then they want to sit up there and start talking. Then they want to start sitting up there showing up. The moment in time you start calling black people niggas, then they want to start like, yo, brother, why you gotta, start using that word? That word is debilitating towards, our consciousness within this society because the white man has sat up and engineered that word in a way to basically demoralize and disenfranchise us away and apart from each other so that we will start to differentiate ourselves from a nigga and from a black man when realistically we are all niggas and black men, my brother. Really? That's really? All right. All right. Like I said, it's a very crazy thing. To in a sense deal with black people. It's a crazy thing like dealing with black people over these years. Craziness. Now, of course, some people might be like, yo, a lot of those people, they trolls and, that's white people, acting black. During a certain time, unbeknownst to, well, I'm not even going to get into to all of that, but for quite a few of those comments, I actually know that they're black. Like I said, I have nothing but time. I have nothing but time. So, I know that those are actually black people. Um, but like I said, it's just funny that, people will say all of this, directly online. But if I were to see them in their face and I'm going to, ask these certain questions like, so where do you work? How do you get your money? Where do you put your money, after you need to check it out? Or if you need to get your money out real quick, what cash checking place do you go to and who owns that cash checking place? And when that money is changing hands, where's that cash checking place putting that money? And then when you have that money in your hands, who are you now, giving that money directly to? Is it to the black community, or is it pretty much the white car company, the liquor company, the stripper company? I mean, the strip club, the alcohol, the name brand clothes that don't know black people actually own, nor is their last name even on that shit. But yet you're willing to sit up there and spend $1,200 to $1,500 on some bullshit ass jeans that's barely even going to last a time, nor can you even wear them 10 years from now. Like, crazy. It's crazy. Like I said, I shouldn't have to sit up there and go that far. And when I go that far, I know that's when people are going to start to get angry because they're not going to have nothing to say. Because you can say any and everything that you want to say about me, but I'm at least honest about my stuff. But a lot of other black people want to sit up there and fake the funk, and they want to sit up there and act like they're not where every other black person is. I'm like, yo, you need to understand where the level. There's levels to everything. Just because you got a little bit of money, don't mean that you're rich. Don't mean that you're rich because all they got to do is just increase everything out here. You ain't gonna have no money. Let them start having beef, go for like 15 or 20 something dollars. Do that with steak. Do that with fish and eggs and a lot of the other necessities that people basically need to survive. Let them start increasing. So all of the black fools out here that think that they really getting money, but you just getting basic ass money, let's see how much money you got then. Let's see how much money you realistically got when everything else starts to skyrocket in this economy. And at this moment in time, it's actually doing it at this moment in time. Because I'm not seeing a whole bunch of black people talking about, oh, let me flash I'm balling. Your gas that you paying for is like $6+ in some places. I think it might have been $10. Where you balling at, my guy? Where you balling? Because you ain't going to those clubs like you used to. You ain't trying to venture and see those women like you used to because gas is high. What that black man say? Gas is too damn high, and that's exactly what it is at this moment in time. Too damn high. But like I said before, let me give an easy solution. The black community could have, in a sense, decided to altogether, well, not altogether, or at least to some of us, common sense wise, for that portion could have basically got electric cars. That would have started a major shift. Because if the car companies realized earlier on, like, yo, black people are really buying these electric cars, what do you think they're going to start doing? They're going to start putting out more electric cars. And they're going to make them look better because they want black people to sit up there and spend their money with those companies. Because everybody knows black people are what? Liquid money. That's what the Jews say. Black people are liquid money. It means as soon as we get money, it evaporates. It's gone. Because it doesn't stay there more than 5 seconds. Because we're willing and ready to sit up there and spend it with everybody else, but within our own communities. That's realistically the only value that we have as black people in America is our bad spending habits and our money mismanagement. That's realistically what we got. Just to be honest. We done made so many companies rich, Nike being one of them. Like I said, a dead shoe, which nobody really wore, Air Force Ones. Nelly sat up there and in a sense brought that to the forefront. Some people are going to be like, nah, man, we already had people wearing those before Nelly Air Force. You know what? You're right, but that was specifically in your area. Nelly had everybody around the world wearing those. So regardless of whatever your small ass town or city was and what the people there were sitting up there fucking doing, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that Nelly influenced the whole world. He influenced some generations to basically wear Air Force Ones. And then coming after Nelly, you had Travis Scott, or I think, was it Travis Scott? Yeah, I think you had Travis Scott do the exact same thing. Like I said, people got to look at perspective. People got to look at the larger scope of things and not just in the small world that you're in. Whatever city, town, or state that you're in, that's your world. And everything around that is reality. That's how that works. That's the universe. That's the universe. And that's it for a lot of people. And the main thing is a lot of people live within a world, within a world, within a world, within another world. So it's like they can't even really technically see past their hands. And and then on top of that, this is one of the main reasons why you have so many black people that are so brainwashed and conditioned to believe so many things because black people have been indoctrinated by so many things out here. It's like, whatever. It's like whatever is hot, black people are basically going to sit up there and jump on it. Whatever the new trend is, black people are going to sit up there and directly jump on it. The main thing I sat up there and told black people, case in point, TikTok. I'm still saying black people complain about TikTok, saying how their stuff is getting muted, how their stuff is getting stolen, and that other people who are not black are making money directly off of their TikToks, off of their stuff that they actually created. I'm like, that's just how the world works. You're on an Asian platform that is specifically pertaining to white faces or to anything that is not black. Like I said, you have one black dude up there that made it. I'm sorry, the brother is, I want to say like African or whatnot, but y'all know who I'm talking about. He was the main, like the highest paid dude on TikTok, where he just makes like the videos, right? And I'm like, that's genius. This dude didn't have his whole career. He ain't say nothing. I've never heard his voice at all before. It's almost like some Penn and Teller type shit, and he made millions of dollars. But yet he's the only one. Pay attention. Pay attention. But you got a lot of these other like Europeans up there making buku bucks. And they're making buku bucks off of black trends. So they're talking about hairstyles that they just invented, but yet they didn't invent because they were in the black community for so long. They're on a whole bunch of dressing styles and slang, but this was stuff that was in the black community. Like I said, they're Columbusing a lot of things, and they're making money off of it, and it's also by way of other black people that are entertaining a lot of the stuff. Like I said, it's crazy. Oh no, I was right there. Hold on. Let me tell you something. I was wearing the N1s as well. The shoes that I still wanted to this day, I think it should have been the skip to my lose. I think those are the only pair of N1s that were close to like 200. If I remember correct, I think they might have been like 180 during the time, because I used to have a book and I always looked at those shoes. I love those shoes. I'm just going to say this, just to be honest. N1 has some of the best, like their international shoes. Yo, those are cold. Those were cold, dear God. I wanted a lot of those shoes. Like when they had specific shoes coming out for like Brazil, Japan, over there in France, and so on. They had some nice shoes. Hot Sauce had some shoes too. I wanted. But for me, I had middle school and high school. I had the Stefan Marbury's, and I wore N1s. Those were my shoes. And I did have like a pair or two of Tims because I needed some boots. But other than that, gym shoes wise, it was N1s. I was sitting up there playing, basketball in whoever's backyard, or up there on Livernois or Elmhurst or what. I was up there playing. And those were the shoes that I was using. I didn't have to worry about getting robbed, because everybody's like, man, you sitting up there wearing them cheap shoes? Because everybody wanted to be hot. Everybody wanted to be Jays. Everybody wanted to look the same as everybody else. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, y'all literally fighting over the same shoes. You literally gonna try to rob somebody over the same shoes that you got on right now? Bruh. I'm like, what's happening out here? I'm like, I'm literally watching dudes get robbed and lose their lives over a pair of shoes. And I'm like, I thank God every single day that my mom just sat up there and was like, yo, I ain't buying you no Jordans. You're getting like these shoes. And I'm like, all right, I'm fine with that. Like I said, I was just appreciative to have some brand new shoes. And I'm like, yo, these look dope. I like these better than like the Jordans that they got out here, because they actually had color and different stuff, of that nature. Like I said, I wasn't into like the whole thing. Like I said, no offense to people that like J's and that are, serious collectors and shit like that. But I'm like, for me, I just couldn't do it because, I've seen, what happens when you have those type of shoes and whatnot. And then you want to know the funniest thing and the saddest part is, I watched a documentary on, it wasn't Netflix, it was on YouTube or Vice or whatever it is. Saw some white boys going to a sneaker convention, where they would take all of their Jordans and they would sell those on a secondary market. So if you paid about 500, like let's say you paid like 200 for a pair of Jordans, they would turn around and sell those for about like 1,200. And I'm talking about they got like 60 pair of J's. And all of these white kids that's there, all of them got money. They all got money on their pockets, willing to sit up there and spend it. But you know who's not there? Black guys. The main ones dying. The main ones losing lives. The main ones getting shot. The main ones getting arrested. The main ones ending up in graves. The main ones fighting one another when the line for J's come. Them niggas ain't out there. And like this is what I'm talking about. You got motherfuckers out here that got 100 pair of J's. You can't wear those all in one day. Nor are you even going to wear every single pair in 1 year. So it's like you're going to keep those up there. You're going to be like 40, 50, and 60, still got a pair of J's, but you could have sat up there and sold those for about like 15, 16, 12, $2,000 or whatever it is, depending on the year and depending on the mint condition of those shoes. You could have had money for a car or whatever it is. But like I said, that's not where black people are. And this is how black people stay losing. White people are making money off of the same things that black people have lost their lives for and gotten incarcerated for. Let's put that later on towards the future. Marijuana. How many people that we know that were friends or in our families that were classmates, somebody that was on the streets that we played basketball with, how many of them do we know that caught charges, that are in and out of jail because of marijuana? I know some. The funniest thing is, weed is pretty much legal in a lot of states. Nobody has been released. And the main ones profiting and being able to make money and start businesses directly from this, white boys. Yet still to this day, black men are getting caught with marijuana and getting hit for it. Like I said, it's the craziest thing. Everybody could sit up there, at least the majority of the community could sit up there and win. If y'all really want to sit up there and make some money, put some money together to buy and renovate an old business, and y'all could turn it into like a weed shop. And y'all could have people motherfucking coming there. Y'all got gentrification happening anyway. Some of those white people are going to want to sit up there and smoke. So you might as well start up a black weed business directly in the community where you know that the money is going to come there and it's going to stay in that community and it's going to be used to help that community flourish. You might as well sit up there and do that. But yet again, black people don't want to come together for nothing. Every other group of people are able to do it. The Latin community can sit up there and do it. The Mexican community can sit up there and do it. The Jewish community can sit up there and do it. The white community can sit up there and do it. The African community can sit up there and do it. The Jewish community can sit up there and do it. Everybody else can sit up there and do it. Even the folks from the islands, everybody else can sit up there and come together and formulate a business plan so that at least some of them can make it. Black people ain't doing it. Black people just don't want to do it. But yet black people are the same ones that always want to complain about what it is that we're not getting, what it is that we deserve, when we can sit up there and be creating and giving ourselves everything that we ever wanted. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like I said, a lot of people want to get on Umar Johnson and talk about, that he's not doing this or doing that. How about this one for an example? Everybody that complains or has a problem with Dr. Umar Johnson, how about y'all get y'all families and y'all friends and y'all co-workers and your distant relatives together, formulate a plan on how to build a school, get the teachers together, find a building that's not dilapidated, do a little bit of renovation, and then you basically put forth a curriculum, you advertise the black school, and you basically work from there. But like I said, how many black people are willing to do that versus just complaining online and leaving messages and talking about how Umar Johnson is a scammer? That's all I'm sitting up there saying. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. Let me see. What Sunlight? Sunstar said, I heard they're offering marijuana selling licenses in New York for about $500K. Yeah, they're offering $500K because you're going to end up making millions. So that is a high upfront cost, and it's also an upfront cost to stop black people from being able to do it because they only want a certain demographic to be able to do it and to make money. And that's just facts. Ain't nobody going to tell me different. I know what it is. They don't want black people making money off of the same things that they were locking up black men for. They don't want black people doing that. They don't want black people to sit up there and flourish. And if they do, they're not going to sit up there and make it that easy. Why would they? But you know how it would be easy? If black people, let's just, put it up there. Where's my calculator real quick? let me just do some because I had to do some numbers before at one point. Let me see. Uh, well, you don't even need that much. All right, so let's say you had 10,000 people, right? In each one of those 10,000 people, I just did the math on it. You had 10,000 black people, right, in the community. Each one of those 10,000 people put up $250, just $250, something real simple. Some of y'all out here got phone bills that high, if not higher, right? $250 times the 10,000 black people. You do those numbers, that's $2.5 million. So that's well more than enough to sit up there and cover what Sunstar is basically talking about in New York. You know how easy it is to basically find 10,000 black people? You know how easy it is to sit up here and find 10,000 black people. But realistically, will you have 10,000 black people willing to put forth $250 towards this? No. They're going to be like, well, if I'm still going to, if I'm going to put, together this money, then, where is this, money going? Who's running this? Because I'm putting my money, I should be, numero uno. And really? Really? Well, I would put forth money, but I don't know who this person is. They might try to run off with. This is what contracts are for. This is what legally binding contracts are directly for. So that if any more point in time somebody decides to do some fraudulent activity with the money that is specifically donated for this certain thing, then everybody can directly go after this person. That person will be held liable by the court of law. That's what contracts are for. So it's like for anybody that got excuses on why this wouldn't work, you just don't want it to work because you're not about that life. You just want to sit up here and complain, and you just want to do X, Y, Z. So like I said before, to a lot of people out there that want to complain about Umar Johnson, what it is that he's doing and what he's not doing, what specifically are you doing to better for the betterment of black people? What schools are you creating? What curriculum are you creating or coming through? How are you changing the schools directly in your environment? Chances are you're not. Let's just be honest. A lot of people, a lot of black people I've seen on his IG and on his YouTube channel say a lot of stuff about Umar, but these same exact people are still sending their kids to white schools. What? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. I'm pretty sure some of the black people that are critiquing Umar, I'm pretty sure that if he needs the help that he says that he needs, then some of those black people complaining, I'm pretty sure they know some people in construction. I'm pretty sure that they know some people that have certain equipment that, Dr. Umar could sit up there and use for the betterment of the school or whatever it is. I'm pretty sure some of those black people complaining know some people in their families that are retired teachers and that probably wouldn't mind coming out of retirement in order to help the black community. But like I said, how many black people actually want to be liable for creating a school? How many black people actually want to be responsible for creating a school? How many black people just want to deal with that in general? Not a lot. But a lot of black people want to sit up here and complain. They really want to sit up there and complain. It's craziness. That's craziness. That is 100% crazy. Oh yeah. Yo. What's up, Ronan? He was like, yeah, the calculator's on your phone. Man, my phone is a little bit old, so it's a little bit slow. So I just use the calculator directly on the computer because, it showed up in like a couple of seconds. Tippy said there's a few weed shops, black owned, but cops raided the shop. I saw a video of it a while ago. I know what you're talking about. I think I might have did a video on that. I know I might have covered something dealing with a raid and a live stream probably like a long time ago. But I know what you're talking about. And like I said, that's the craziest thing as well. And this is the one thing that I want black people to understand. Just because certain things are happening, like if they have a weed business or whatever it is, or a health food business, and it continuously gets raided by, police, don't allow that to stop you from doing what it is that you're doing. They're doing that to deter you from doing it. That's all that is. They can't arrest you. They're not going to find nothing illegal. They're doing it because they're trying to deter you. Like that's the government and the police working hand in hand to basically control the situation. Because, like I said before, if dealing with marijuana, they're not going to make this easy for black people to be able to do, because they understand the amount of money and freedom that one person or a group of people can get by basically getting into this business. This is why they took so long with making marijuana legal, because they wanted to make sure that they had certain parameters that would allow them in full access, because they're the only ones that can, in a sense, get a whole bunch of loans, or they might have some money in a will, or they can get, whatever it is, that collateral, and put it up for that 500K. While black people, we don't really have anything like that where we can just go to somebody and be like, yo, I need such and such money. They actually, what are you going to do with that money? It's like, yo, I want to open up a weed business. They're like, you know what? I don't think we can sit up there and help you here. Much luck on your business. But if it's somebody white, that bank was like, oh, this is your plan. This is what you. This looks actually. I'm actually pretty. I don't smoke myself, but this looks pretty good. I know some friends that dibble and dabble in some weed and some edibles. Um, you got some good price points in here. I like what it is that you're doing, and I like the trajectory of the money. I see where your profit margin is going to be, and when we are expected as the bank to potentially get our money back, everything is looking good. It seems like a pretty sound business plan, pretty well thought out, and I see how the action is going to get executed. You know what? We're going to give you that loan, and that's how it works. That's pretty much how it works. Like they can literally roll up in there and get that type of money. But if you're black in the black community and you're trying to open up a business in the black community, I don't think we can sit up there and help you. But yet these are the same banks that y'all put money directly into in the black community. But they're not willing to sit up there and help you out if you want to start a business, or if you really, really, really need a loan in order to stay afloat. Pay attention. Pay attention. Just saying. Black man said, go to a black bank. The problem with that is, it's not like we have a field of black banks all over the United States in every single state. We all know that that is not the case. In certain states, we have black banks. They are there. Yes, they do exist, but they are few, far, and in between. You got way more Chases and all these other name banks, Wells Fargo and whatever it is, all across the United States versus black banks, and that's just a fact. So it's like, yeah, you can go to a black bank. You got to travel pretty far directly out of your way. What if you're in a state that doesn't have a black bank? So that means now you got to either try to hopefully make a call, or you got to potentially fly there, or how you're going to get there and go to that black bank. And then you got to fly all the way back that's a lot to sit up there and do. The main solution that I sat up there and gave, like I said before, let me go back to my calculator. If 10,000 black people basically each donated $250, 250 times 10,000 is basically 2.5 million. You don't need to basically ask for a loan, because you got black people right there that just put up $250 each. You don't need a bank. You don't need a bank. Like I said, do y'all understand what it is that I'm saying? Do y'all understand what it is that I'm saying? 10,000 black people can basically make $2.5 million. Somebody, maybe my calculations might be wrong. Somebody can sit up there and correct me if I'm incorrect. Everybody got calculators. Some of y'all might be math whizzes and everything like that. So maybe my calculations might be incorrect, right? Somebody can clearly do that on their phone at this moment in time. But from what I'm looking at this moment in time, 10,000 black people have a lot of power. And that's only 10,000. That's not talking about if we deal with a million black people putting up $250. We're not even going to that number yet. But like I said before, like, yo, just trying to make black people like understand how crazy, like with 200 I'm sorry, with $2.5 million, do you understand like how many houses can be bought in the black community and redistributed to black families that are in need of a home in a black community? Do you understand how that can sit up there and work? That's crazy. 10,000 black people. That's not even like a real percentage in a lot of black cities. because the numbers are way higher in the millions or in the hundred thousands. Like, bruh, this is why I don't like looking at numbers, because it's exhausting. Because you can already see the potential of. Matter of fact, let me just put it. Let me just put it like this, right? Let me go to my old YouTube channel. How many subscribers did we have? I think we had about like 90K, right? So let's say 90K black people, right? 90K black people, each given $250. Just in case I'm wrong, somebody else can calculate this down in the comment section and correct my numbers for me. Like I said, it no issue to me if I'm wrong on the numbers or not. But for my calculations on my calculator on my computer, 90K black people, each giving $250, comes up to $22.5 million. Do you understand how it is very easy for black people to come together and basically change a lot of things without the needed help of anybody else? But the indoctrination and the division in the black community is so great, and the lack of trust in the black community and the confusion is so great, that even if you were to show black people these numbers, they would turn around and be like, well, why would I sit up there and give $250? What is this person even going to do with, that money? Why should I? And the thing that boggles the mind is this: a lot of the black people that say this, you end up wasting your money on nonsense anyway. You sitting up here taking Ubers. You sit up there and get Uber Eats. Trust me, I know about Uber Eats because I've spent money on Uber Eats. You spend money on Uber Eats. You spend money eating out. You spend money on weed. You spend money on liquor. You spend money on fashion brands and clothes. So you're saying that your $250 is basically better suited in other people's hands that don't even care or love you, is better suited in their hands and for their community, versus you giving it to somebody that looks like you and that has a better shot of actually doing something that is beneficial for the community. That's the logic of black people. 90K people giving $250 comes out to 22,500,000. And black people sitting up here talking about we need reparations. Huh? If we all give a little bit, it'll create a lot. And then from that 22, let's say that you got black families that need help on their mortgage, right? That's a nice little. Let's say you got it in a trust or whatever it is, right? You got it set up in a trust or in insurance, right? So you have all of this basically set up. You got the certain parameters and all these other types of things. Everything is sound, right? So black people can basically go to this trust or whatever it is and basically borrow this money, right? Of course, they're obligated to pay it back legally, right, by a binding legal agreement in black and white, and they're going to sit up there and pay it back. But just think about that freedom. Just think about that for a minute. That then means that you have already taken a substantial amount of patrons away from banks when it comes to loans. Because the main way that banks basically make their money is through fractured lending. They take your dollar and they split it several different ways. While you put your money in a bank account and you get not even anything close to 1% on your money. Understand what it is that I'm sitting up here telling you. This is simple math. Anybody can sit up there and do on their computers. If you start to put this into the millions, when you deal with black people, the number is even more ridiculous. But like I said before, because black people are so lost, this type of math would not, it's non-existent. But if I explain this to the Asian community, they're already on it. They already got this. If I explain this to the Latin community, they already got this. They understand it. They're already working on it. So on and so on and so on. The only people that don't see logic in this math where the math ain't mathing is black people. And you still got black people out here that feel that I don't love and care about black people and that I don't give solutions. This is literally a solution to a lot of problems. $22 million can sit up there and help out a lot of black families when it comes to, getting a home or helping to pay up on a home. Like, it's ridiculous. We could literally save a lot of black people out here from, losing their homes and whatnot, but that's not what black people want to do. No. This is the funny part about that channel. Within the time frame that I basically did that, within that 2 to 3 years, I got about like 50 million views. And if that channel was basically left alone and I didn't, and YouTube wasn't trying to mess with it and all this other type of stuff, I would have been well over 100K, and I would have probably had well over 100 million views. Well over. But that's what happens. The reason that YouTube, for me, that I feel that they didn't want the channel to continue is because of the growth. They don't want to pay nobody, and once you get to a certain point, once you reach that 100K, you get to go for a plaque. So when it was getting near into that 100K, that's when I really started seeing some stuff like transpire on YouTube. It was like, oh, magically stuff is dropping, videos are getting hit continuously, all this other type of stuff, right? And I'm like, wow. I'm like, y'all just don't want me to get to where I actually should be. And I'm like, it is what it is. I love that platform due to the fact that, I was able to, bring awareness to, black businesses and different things of that nature. And, I could showcase those things. And, a lot of people were tuning in. A lot of people were listening. And, now we're here. So we got to make do with, what it is that we got. But, like I said before, for me, and this is the main thing that I try to give an example of, right? If even a percentage of those individuals that liked the content and everything that I was doing on that platform, right? Because that whole platform is demonetized. It is done. It's still up there, but ain't nothing getting made from that. YouTube is the only ones making money off of that. So if you go watch some of those videos and you see ads, that's YouTube making money. That's not me. And I'm talking about the original platform, because YouTube enlisted the whole thing of like, if even if you're a brand new channel, they're going to run ads on a lot of these channels so that they can sit up there and get more money. Because at one point in time, YouTube was losing ad revenue due to the fact that a lot of businesses were exiting out due to the fact of certain things that were transpiring on the platform. And because of that, YouTube made, a swath of changing rules that were far reaching and that hindered or that could potentially harm a lot of channels. So basically here we are now, right? Because even with the last channel as well, I tried to appeal for probably about like the third time to YouTube. And they were sitting up here saying, oh no, we can't do that because harassment. And I'm like, what specifically are you saying is harassment? I've told jokes about white people. Yeah, I have. I've tried to make some things funny. I've been sarcastic on there. But like I said, this is when you have people that want to get offended, but yet these are the same people that are supposed to be impartial, and that's supposed to divvy out who can do things and who can't. So it's like my platform gets hit, but yet you got other people's platforms out here that don't look like me, but they tell all types of jokes. They got all types of content out here, and they're able to make buku bucks. But the thing that I'm sitting up here saying is this: regardless on if the channel was demonetized or not, if a lot of black YouTubers out here who are a part of the black media, if they have people that actually support them and donate to that platform like monthly to make sure that, yo, we got you. We're going to make sure that you go. We're going to make sure that, pretty much you can cover stuff on top of the fact that you're still going to be doing the work that we love you to do and different things of that nature. A lot of black content creators will be putting out ridiculous content at this moment in time. They really can't sit up there and do it because they have to manage all of their time. Some would actually love to be able to do things from home, but they can't sit up there and do it because they still have to work a job while giving you guys the content that you want. And they have to sit up there and work a normal job because even though people say that they love and support and they like and all this other type of stuff, that only does realistically so much. YouTube is not paying them for likes. YouTube is not paying them for content. YouTube is barely even paying them for views. Right? So it's like the people are the ones that are actually part of these platforms. The people are the ones that have the actual control to enable any of these black content creators to basically change their lives. And like I said to a lot of people before, the problem with that is black people are very good at talking, but they're very poor at action. Black people always talk about, yo, we need you to do this. We need you to do that. We need you to... What money? How do you expect any of these black content creators to be able to do the things or fulfill the things that you want them to do when you're not actually realistically supporting them? You could support all of these white businesses. You could sit up there and support the white government. You could support all of these white franchises. You can support all of these white people that got their last names on your ass of the clothes that you're wearing right now. But you can't sit up there and put that same time, money, and effort directly into somebody that's delivering you content that realistically they don't even have to sit up there and do. But then you want to put all of this responsibility on them and ask more of them than you are versus what you are willing to ask of yourself. That's crazy. That's baffling. That's quite confusing. That's perplexing. But like I said, it's only black people that just so happen to do that. If other groups of people basically heard that, their content creator, whoever it is, maybe it's like a TikTok star or whatever, if one of their content creators basically needed them to like, yo, I need y'all to sign up to this or sign up to that. Like, I really need y'all support, because, things are a little bit tough, and they'll roll up and sit up there and support. I've seen a lot of people from the Latin community roll up and support their people. Like, I just seen a dude on Twitch streaming a game that is like dead, that nobody is playing. He got 22K people watching. All of those people in the comment section speaking Spanish. They are down and they ride for their people. White people do the exact same thing. LGBT community do the exact same thing. Jewish community, exact same thing. Asian community, exact same thing. Who is a community that don't do it? Black people. A lot of black people will only have black people follow them when white people and other people start following first. When everybody else, in a sense, makes them hot, black people will jump on. Even though black people are the trendsetters. Black people are the ones that can sit up there and shift, shape, and like move a lot of things out here. But even with that power, even with that Midas touch, we don't want to bless our own people. Because we're like, oh, well, if I'm doing this, what are you going to do for me? Because it's always about a me. If I'm giving you this dollar, if I'm donating this dollar, what you going to do for me? What am I going to sit up there and get out of it? That's some crazy type of logic. But these are the same people who sit up there and say that they're Christians, that they believe in Jesus, that they go to church. But now you're sitting up here talking selfish when one of your favorites on TikTok, Twitch, or whatever it is needs a little bit of help. That's crazy. And y'all wonder why it is that you don't see more black content creators doing a lot of things such as gaming and all this other type of stuff, because it's tough. White people, black people will sit up there and support. Well, I'm sorry. Let me recorrect that. Black people will support all the other content creators before they really start supporting their own that's making content specifically for them, or at least aimed at them. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. That just shouldn't be. We're the only race that does that. How is that even possible? I'll put it to you like this. I have critiqued people in Africa for quite some time. But the one thing that I can sit up there and say about them is that no matter how divided they are in the many languages that they have or the regions that they live in or whatever it is, they will roll out for their people. They will sit up there and show out in views for their people. You'll see it in the comment section. You'll see the dialect. They'll just be sitting up there talking in whatever language it is. They will roll up for their people. Black Americans are the only ones to show up late. And that's crazy. That is 100% crazy. We're so willing to sit up there and donate and to support a whole bunch of... You got black people sitting up there supporting PewDiePie. No matter any of the content that he's created, and he's done some racist stuff, no matter any of the content that he's created, black people, oh, it was a mistake, it was just ignorance, we give him a second chance. Everybody makes mistakes. Let me donate half of my paycheck for McDonald's. But yet, if you got a black content creator that you just started watching and he's doing video games, you're not talking about trying to donate money. And then if he's talking about he needs like a little bit of help and support, you want to turn around and say that he begging. But yet you got white rich YouTubers that you're donating half of your paycheck to. What? But like I said, only black people. Only black people. Like, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy. Have you noticed that Black Lives Matter has hurt a lot of people that really wanted to help build our community? What it has done is it makes people really look at the things that they choose to support, which I don't mind. Everything, everybody has a right to critique things. But I'll sit up there and say to a certain extent, because what did Jay-Z say a long time ago? The reason why he started off, I think it should be like Ace of Spades or whatever it is, Jay-Z's liquor, right? His alcoholic beverage. He said that Cristal was racist. And everybody who was a black rapper during that time, and people in the black community, because rappers are rapping about Cristal this and Cristal that, everybody had to have it because that meant that you were basically of success. That means that you were up there, right? Because you got this bottle, you can pop it and all this other type of stuff. So once he realized and figured out that they were racist, he sat up there and bought, to my information, he basically bought the company, I think rebranded it. Or he basically came up with like his own, and it was a better product, a more superior product. Anyway, this is why you don't hear anything about when's the last time you heard about somebody talking about popping Cristal? Ain't nobody talking about that. Ain't nobody talking about that. The shit is dead. Why? Because black people ain't supporting it. That's what I'm talking about. That's the power right there. That's a power move. Case in point, let me show you another power move, right? Michael Jackson, a long time ago, just in case some people don't know, there was a song that Eminem came out with where it was called Just Lose It. It was like, just lose it. Just lose it, right? And he made fun of Michael Jackson directly in that video on top of other celebrities, but more so Michael Jackson and the accusations that were false. And he had it directly in that video because he made a comment talking about, what was it? Touch little boys, something. Dun, 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 dun. I forgot how it went. I used to know it by heart. But he made a comment in there. Mike never sat up there and made a rebuttal. He never made a song. He never said nothing publicly. He didn't even come at Eminem. You know what he sat up there and did? Michael Jackson bought his whole catalog. So anytime Eminem songs played, especially that song, Mike was sitting up there getting that money. So he's like, you know what? That's cool. You can sit up there and and do what it is that you do. You dancing for me, though. That's a power move. That's a power move. Like I said, he didn't have to sit up there and respond. He didn't have to respond. And Eminem has to respect that. Understand what I'm saying? A black man with his money bought a white man's whole catalog so that he's now making money and getting shares from that same exact song that he was using to make fun of him. That's power. That's power. Like I said before, black people have the power to do a lot of things. But the problem with it is black people don't even believe it themselves. Now, if I was somebody white up here, basically telling y'all how much power that you got, how much power that you hold, so many people would just be so enthused and jubilated and all these other great things. Like people would just be excited, like, oh, I've never heard this before. Like I knew I had it. I just didn't really know. Thank you, white man. Like I said, like I'm beyond like being angry and disappointed in black people because it's in a sense wasted emotion, at this moment in time because they ain't gonna do nothing. Me being disappointed in black people and what it is that you know they listen to or who it is that they believe, you know. I mean that's true. That's true, Tippy. That's very true. That's very true. But it's like at this moment in time, it's like I gotta just look at stuff as excuses now. It's like this is my thing. If we know that certain things can sit up there and cause cancer, and we know how detrimental cancer is and how it can take lives and how it can advance so quickly, then why will we still continue to eat the same foods and do the same things that are cancer causing? So it gets to the point is, are we going to sit up there and blame the cancer? Are we going to blame the food? Or are we going to blame ourselves for knowing and acknowledging and still not deciding to change our eating habits in order to stop getting cancer? So I'm at the point of it's black people's fault. If you're in a sense getting this type of cancer, whatever it is, and the doctors are telling you like, yo, stay away from this, stay away from that, stay away from this, stay away from that, stay away from this, and the black community are like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, doc, but I still need these cigarettes, I still need that I still need that nicotine. You can't get mad at the cigarettes. You can't get mad at the cancer causing chemicals directly in there. You got to get mad at who? Yourself. Because ain't nobody deciding to make you or force you or coerce you to sit up there and still smoke cigarettes. You're 60 years old. You're more than well enough educated to know that cigarettes cause cancer. It's to the point where they put it on the back of the box. But even when it's on the back of the box, black people will still go to the neighborhood hood store, liquor store, gas station, and buy up a pack for like 42, 50, or whatever it is dollars. And be chain smoking away. Like I said before, it's crazy. Yo, what's up, Zaire? Zaire said, side is sitting up there hurting. All right. Zaire basically said how I wanted to ask a quick question. I heard that there were going to be a chance of power outages around the country. Is that a true question? It's a possibility. Because depending on the location, like if it's let's say if it's Texas and it's very, very hot, they might start doing some rolling blackouts. They'll do things like that. They'll sit up there and do things like that. They've done it before. They've done it before, especially when it's very, very hot. They've done rolling blackouts in order to, I guess, like conserve energy or to stop the grid from being, so overloaded that it'll just, be out and different things of that nature. Because when it comes to certain temperatures, like if it's very, very hot, everybody's turning on their central air, which is pulling on the electrical grid, is pulling a lot. But the most interesting thing to circumvent that problem, Texas, for case in point, Texas, right? Solution. Texas has a lot of land, which gets a lot of sunlight. So very easily, they could actually harness the power of the sun to lessen the amount of electricity that would be getting borrowed or taken directly from the grid if such an event were to happen, right? And then by them doing that with the solar panels, that would then also it should technically bring down the cost of electricity as well because they wouldn't have to charge you as much because they're getting free electricity from the sun. But they're not going to do that because they can't really make money from the sun by, in a sense, giving that free electricity away. So they're not going to do it. They opt not to do it, and they opt to basically raise the prices of electricity when people happen to use certain things, right, during a certain season. This is why during certain seasons the electrical bill is high here, and when it's during the winter, the electrical bill is a little bit different because you're switching from gas over to I'm sorry, you're switching from electric over to gas. So it's a little bit different. So your electric bill is going to be lower, but your gas bill is going to be higher during the winter. Your gas bill is going to be lower during the summer, but your electric bill is going to be higher due to the fact that you're using your AC and different stuff like that, a little bit more in order to stay cool. Um, so, you know, hey, my man was like, I spend money on Warframe, but let's skip that. I put some money into Warframe. Trust me, I've been there with you. As one of my friends basically called it, I have been known to be a wallet warrior. Which is a few people who spend money on games. I've been there. I've been there, good sir. Trust me, I know and understand. I'm right there with you. Um, Let me see. Yaza basically stated. Let me go to this because I didn't want to butcher like the whole name. Basically stated 41.6 million black people that's seen in the census, not including the ones not seen. Ooh, that's a very great number right there. And like I said, we got a lot of black people that don't even claim black because you got a lot of kids out there that are biracial. And because of a variety of things, they stay as being called biracial because they're like, well, I can't claim to be white because white people don't really tend to like me. I can't really claim to be black because black people don't really like me and they don't, really they have a problem with me and all this other type of stuff. So they're like, all right, well, I'm biracial, mulatto, or whatever it is that they want to consider themselves. So yeah, our population is probably a lot higher, but we just got to deal with the numbers in a sense that we have, at this moment in time. Matter of fact, let me just look at something. If I can actually calculate that correctly. Let me just. Let me see. 6. Whoops, that's the wrong one. I think I might have taken a 0 direct. Okay, there we go. All right. I had to redo a calculation. Please, if anybody in the comment section, all of the mathematicians, the beautiful people, in the comment section, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I might be wrong. So I did the numbers, right, with the 41.6, that are basically there, and I decided let's just put in the $250, right? So if you have that 41.6, right, million black people that decided to put up $250 each. From what I'm seeing here, and yet again, correct me if I'm wrong, that's about $10.4 billion. If I'm correct, somebody do those calculations real quick and let me know if I'm correct. Somebody do that real quick, because I ain't trying to give you all the wrong numbers. Like I said, I ain't an awesome math whiz in here. Might have got something a little bit wrong. It's nothing wrong with having people go back and check your numbers. At all. That I did a 41.6 million times the 250 that Yaza basically put directly up there, and it came to about 10.4 billion. I'm not sure if everybody might be watching through their cell phones or something, but somebody can come through and let me know a yay or a nay if I'm incorrect, and if I'm wrong, what the correct number would actually be. Sunstar said, "Yes, you are very accurate." Ooh, do you understand that? Do we see that right there? 41.6 million black people, each giving 250. equals up to 10.4 billion. We don't even have that many people in a black community as a whole. Do you understand how we could divvy out that money to black? I'm done. I'm done. Like I said, this is why I don't like this. This is crazy. This is why I don't like looking at numbers, because I can see the potentiality and the possibilities of what black people can sit up here and do. This is only 10.4. 10.4 billion. I'm sitting up here complaining about what America set up and gave to the Ukrainians. And just with the little population that we have here, we can sit up there and just think, oh, hold on, let me do something real quick. Hold on, let me just boost that to 1,000. Let me just here we go. Let me just see this. I already know I'm not gonna like this. So by my calculations of just putting that up to $1,000, so take away the 250, and you times the black population that Yazaa basically gave, and you times that by $1,000, right? All of those black people each gave $1,000. That comes up to $41.6 billion. Now, yet again, somebody can correct me in the comment section if I am wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know the actual numbers, and I'll put those directly up there. This, like I said, the more and more I sit up there and look at this, and you start to put up the numbers, it's going to start to get more and more ridiculous. And like I said before, we don't even have a population that big, so that means that this money can get divvied out to black families. Understand what I'm saying? So black people are waiting for this greatness of this money that we are owed, when really we can in a sense come together and do this for ourselves. And then the beautiful part, we can come after we divvy out that money, we can come back and do that exact same thing again, and rinse, repeat, and recycle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just think if black people did this every single year. Do you understand where black people, where the black community would even be at this moment in time? Now, this is a given. Of course, you're going to have some black people out there that's going to be like, yo, I'm about to just spend this money any which way. And that's cool. They can sit up there and do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. I would not try to police or control what it is that they want to sit up there and do with that money. But for the other people that want to manage and spend their money a lot better, I would highly sit up there and tell them to watch some financial videos to gain financial literacy when it comes to investing, when it comes into stocks, trades, crypto, certain types of assets, palladium, platinum, gold, silver. I would tell people to sit up there and bone up on a lot of that financial information so that you know where you can better put your money. Because I forgot, I might be a little bit incorrect on the numbers, but this one guy on YouTube, he works with numbers and stuff, and he was sitting up there basically telling people, if you took a certain amount of money and you put it in a certain place, you could basically get like 100K a month. Think about that. Think about having some millions of dollars and you put it in a certain place that's going to basically net you like 100K a month. Anybody in the black community, any normal average black person can live off of 100K. You can sit up there and help out other family members if they even needed the help. If a lot of black people in the community were to sit up there and do that, Think about the college funds that we could sit up there and start. Think about the trade schools that we could sit up there and start. Think about the businesses, the schools that we could sit up there and start. We could start to do a lot of things that were beyond reach. Us owning a multitude of businesses, that's nothing now. Us working together and pulling together and going into different businesses and open up different, that's nothing now. The power is literally there, but it is what it is. Let me see something about Yo, thank you, Sunstar. Much love and appreciation. Like I said, and this is what I want people to pay attention on, right? Note how the moment in time where you're talking positive, right? And you're talking about the things that black people can do. You're trying to enable black people to do a certain thing, right? Notice what starts appearing and showing up in the comment section. Notice the distractions that they'll start throwing because they want to divert black people's eyes from focusing on something that can actually benefit and do something. And this is the main thing that I've tried to show y'all before. Whenever I start talking, whenever I start saying a lot of things that are positive, I'm not, trying to come at black people, not trying to really severely critique them and down them and all this other type of stuff that people say. This is what normally happens. And YouTube allows these bots, because that's what they are. These are bots, and they specifically go to black channels in order to sit up here and take away the view, take away the eyes off of a certain topic because they do not want black people to come together in order to be better and to build and heal. That's exactly what that is. Like I said, what did Rona say? Black-owned banks, black-owned ammunitions, black-owned everything. And it wouldn't be nothing that nobody could say. There wouldn't be a group out here that could be like, oh, we're about to protest because we don't like this. We're funding ourselves. What are you saying? We're funding ourselves. What are you saying? Your power means nothing here because we got our own money. Like I said, with what was that number that I had up there? With 41.6 billion, that's your own black bank right there. That will put a lot of these other banks out of business. Do you understand what I'm saying? A lot of these other banks, they would, in a sense, be non-existent. They would be non-existent. Or better yet, if they aren't non-existent, they would have to sit up there and start to change certain things in order to level the playing field so that they can compete with those black banks. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what power looks like. That's what power looks like. And that's the only thing that they sit up there and respect. At a moment of time when black people gain power, and then you see the other people that have been in power for so long, they start to try to switch things to level the playing field. That lets you know that they respect what it is that you're doing. The moment in time that your opponent has to now change the fighting plan that they've been using all this time because things are different, they're respecting what it is that you're doing. The moment in time that your opponent is still using the same plan because it works, they don't respect you. And there's no reason for them to learn, no reason for them to change because you're not a challenge. So black people at this moment in time are not a challenge to the very same system that they have a problem with. The moment in time that black people will become a challenge is when black people sit up there and, or at least a few, start banding together and start pulling money up and start creating stuff for black people. And also something else I want to list to the one individual that stated to me that they were originally subscribed to this platform because of they wanted to hear the news and stuff. Oh, but I see that you started specifically making the content, quote unquote, us black people. I don't know who you are, but if you are offended that I am dedicating time and energy to black people, you must have obviously come to the wrong channel. I done told y'all many a times. I don't care what ethnicity or race that you are. If you see something that I'm saying and you like what I'm saying and you can potentially use it, go use it with your people. No problem. Go do that. I have no problem. If I'm giving examples up here of black people, see if you can fit those examples into the parameters of your life or your group of people. I'm not about to sit up there and change my wordage or how it is that I'm saying in order to benefit or to make other people more comfortable. Like that doesn't make any sense. That's not the way that I work. That I'm sorry. This is not corporate America. That's not how this works. This is not Burger King. You cannot have it your way. I'm not about to change the way that I speak or how I dedicate time and energy to black people just to make you feel better about looking at the stuff or listening to the stuff that I say. That's stupid. That's stupid. Not doing that. But shout out to you. Like I told a lot of other people, if you don't like my content or anything that I say or do on this channel, leave the same exact way that you came in silence. I didn't know you existed up until you opened your mouth. So if you don't like the content and you don't want to see it anymore on your homepage or you don't want to get any notifications, unsubscribe to the channel and block this platform. It's that simple. I don't need you here. And it's a shame that I have to sit up here and keep telling grown adults that. Like y'all sitting up here telling me, "Oh, I was subscribed to." I don't care. Bye, bye. Like you're not doing nothing here. You don't run nothing here. Like that is baffling to me that you got a few people out here that really think that I'm going to care or bend the knee because you feel that I really need. Like what? Who are you? Who are you again? Like I said, I started all the way back from what 70, 75, or 72 subscribers way back when. Who are you again? Because you weren't there when it was a video game channel. You weren't there. And then when I was starting off and doing politics and stuff, you still weren't there. You caught up late. So like I said before, yo, a lot of people like, yo, it's levels to this. You better learn your place real quick. But what we say, Tippy said, it's sad that we have black people with a lot of money, but they have a white partner or they're controlled by the people who sign their checks. Yeah, I mean, you know what? It is what it is. Realistically, at the core of like everything, I don't even care. It's it's whatever. That that stuff is just topic for conversation and different things of that nature. Realistically, I don't pay them no mind as long as they ain't saying nothing about black people or the black community. I'm good. Like like for me, I'm like, yo, if you are a black man or a black woman and you decide that you want to start talking negative, and you especially want to start talking negative when you're around your other partner who is a different ethnicity, I got to start looking at you sideways. I got to start looking at you sideways because you're looking a little bit crazy. Because like I said, I done showcased to y'all too many times. You didn't have some black people up here saying some stuff about the black community, and then you find out that they with other, like the one black woman that I showed y'all. She wanted to get on LeBron James' son. I was like, oh well, LeBron James' son, he wanted to play in the snow. Like she was really hyped on that. But she has a white counterpart. I'm like, sweetheart, what are you doing? You can't talk about LeBron's son when you got a full-fledged white boy right next to you. What you doing? What you what you doing? You look stupid out here. You looking real stupid. I'm like, so like I said, that's why I point out those certain things. If you're going to talk negative, if you're going to say stuff about the black community, be it a black man, be it a black woman, I'm going to be in your ass. Like that. That's how that works. Because like I said, at the most part, black people will mind their business. We don't really care if you date somebody white or whatnot or whatever. We only care when you start talking and you start opening your mouth when there's no reason for you to. If you're with a whole nother community, start focusing on that community. Because that is basically your new family right now. Start focusing on that community, how it is that you can better that community and fix any problems in that community. If you want to talk about something. Like I said, that's where I'm at on this situation. Like I said, realistically, I done seen a multitude of black people that have white counterparts. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. As long as you ain't sitting up there looking at me strange and you ain't trying to say nothing, we are completely cool. Y'all can go off to the side and right off into the sunset, whatever you want to sit up there and do. Just don't bring no energy my way for no reason. Just don't do it. Let me see. Kate, I said, to be real, the most racist group in America are black women. Uh see, it's a difference with being racist and having a preference and having a loathing for your community, right? Now, when you have, black women who specifically only pertain or entertain a certain preference, and then they talk negatively to that preference about black men, yeah, I can understand where that hatred part comes from. But then when you have black women that just have like a preference and that is just what it is, so be it, whatever. And when you have black women that want to talk negatively about black men on a consistent everyday basis, that's hatred. That is that is full fledged hatred. Somebody really has not healed, from a lot of things, right? So it is what it is. Directly on that one. As I said, I wouldn't walk past a white person in need and will not ignore my people to do it neither. I think I understand what you're saying right there. Um, yeah, I figured he was gonna sit up there and say something. Yeah, that would probably be like a little small like war zone. I can more than likely sit up there and tell you. Um, but like I said, to be been here for a minute, along with like a few others, yo, I call out everybody directly in the black community when people need to, directly, be called out. Um, either in a joking fashion or in a serious fashion or whatever it is, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to 100% be called out and that needs to be extinguished. A lot of bad behaviors, a lot of bad energy, a lot of other things of that sort. Um, but like I said before, when you have so many black people that are directly, um, I guess I don't know, mesmerized by social media, or I guess you could say indoctrinated or brainwashed, it's hard to, in a sense, get through to a lot of people because they'll listen to everybody else first, but listen to their own people. Because the moment for me or anybody else, if we just so happen to critique somebody, it'll get seen or deemed as hate. You be like, oh, you just saying stuff about black people because you broke, you dusty, you jealous, you this, you that, and all these other types of things. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But I see that we have been slowly falling down from the teetering of the height of being at 51 people, which is the highest at this point in time that I have had at a live stream, and looking at clear cut at the chat rate because ain't nobody really talking. So that now means that it is time for Seiji to take a break and to end this live stream because we have clearly been going for a good 5 hours, which is pretty insane because I haven't done that in a very long time. I would just like to people to know that you have been flying air Seiji, and I have enjoyed my time with you guys and being able to talk and do a little bit of laughing and and different things of that nature. Um, like I said, originally I sat up there. Oh, we had Mo in here. Yo, what's up? Hey, you got people just sitting up here, sitting in the background. Man, look at this man. But I'll be seeing Mo in the comment section. I'll be seeing him though. But I love sitting up there, talking with y'all and engaging in, like the comments. That's why technically I like live streams better, especially if it's a long. Oh my god, Pinky just not rolling up in here. Oh my god, I'm so mad at you. I am so mad at you. Look at this. Or just strolling in late. But she'll be on time to sit up there and stream some games on Twitch though. Look at this. Look at this. Can't depend on black people for nothing. Always showing up late. Mm, mm, Shame. Oh man. But yeah, like I said, I love talking to y'all. I love technically these long streams and stuff like this. More than likely, oh, Pinky was there earlier? I didn't even know. Yo, what's up? Much love and appreciation and shout out to everybody that was a part of the live stream. We ended up actually having about 768 views, which is actually pretty dope. I'm not sure how many of those were actually consistent, but it's whatever. But much love and appreciation for a lot of y'all that's actually been here. Hopefully, I was able to help y'all get it through y'all work morning into lunchtime. So for some of y'all, it's almost time to leave work. You got about probably like an hour left, or maybe about like 2 hours. Um, you know, yo, Seji, when you hopping on the game, that's probably what I was about to do. I was probably going to just get on like Outriders or something and continue, farming, stuff like that, because the DLC I had dropped about like a day or so ago, whatever it was, and I was going to sit up there and be farming on there for my pyromancer and different stuff. Even though I do play, it's this other game. It's an Asian game. It's like Blade Point or whatever it is. So I do happen to play like a new battle royale. If you got an Xbox or a PC, you'll know what I'm talking about when you type in Blade Point. That game is actually pretty dope as well. But yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna sit up here and do. Just sit up here and jump on Xbox. Bro, didn't you start with NBA Live and Y2K games? No, no. I started off with like I did Tekken, which Bandai Namco still has a block on that video because of the music, which is the craziest thing. I did Tekken. I did some Xbox reviews. I had a few videos up there dealing with the Switch. I had videos dealing with State of Decay 2 and maybe like a few other things. Like I had quite a few, games up there. I think I had a review of like Jump Force where I literally spent some hours putting together the video and having like everything match with the words. It was some crazy stuff. Like I actually put in some effort in some of those videos, but to no avail. And then we have that coming right back there. Sunstar is on it. Much love and appreciation, Sunstar. Much love and appreciation. Like I said, this is what normally happens. Zaire said, I got something to say. What is the best way a 17-year-old like me can do in times like this? The best thing that you can do is make sure graduate, high school, get your diploma, and in your city, look for trade schools. Because if you got a better chance, and like I said, this is no disrespect to anybody with a college education and that went through college. Much love, appreciation and support for you doing what it is that you did. But I'm looking at him having a quick turnaround with the money that he's spending and being able to basically be an apprentice under somebody or work for somebody or start up his own business. And you will have a quicker turnaround if you happen to do a trade school. So, in your city, town, state, whatever it is, look up trade schools, look up the cost of those trade schools, see if it might be possible because you're 17 right now. See if it's possible to potentially get the books on whatever course it is that you want to take. And I would say start studying and reading those books now, so that you're already ahead of the class by the time when you actually have to start studying and doing the classes and the courses. You'll basically flash through that real quick. Like the main thing is you want to spend the least amount of time, but get the most out of your time. And if you can pretty much be ahead of the curve by learning and reading up on certain things ahead of time, I would tell you to basically do that. that would, in a sense, put you, at a better, what's the name, you know. Um, Let me see this. Okay, it's healthy. All right, I had to make sure. But yeah, that's what I would sit up and say. Look for trade schools. Now, if you are into sports and you're playing a sport or something like that at this moment in time, then you would more than likely want to go for a college. But I would more than likely say I would, if it's possible, try to go towards a historically black college if you're going to do that. Check out the programs there, see what they got, and see what you like and see what they don't like, what you don't like, and different things like that. But pretty much just look at your surroundings and see what it is, um, you know, that you can do. You said, did I get your email? Oh yeah, hold on, let me see something. I would have to actually scroll all the way back up. Da, 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 da. I'm probably gonna have to do it like after I end the stream. I'll probably be able to do it because I'll have to sit up there and like filter through the comments because I'm trying to have my eyes catch it. I would have to sit up there and actually like go back. I think I did see like the link that you did post, so I would have to go back and look at that one. Yo, brother Slide, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Pink said my son was recently a part of a Fortnite tournament. Yo, that's dope. Yo, that is dope. That is dope. That is dope. Yo, this is what I sit up there and tell a lot of black parents too. Of course, I was raised in a generation where parents are like, "Yo, you up here playing games, go outside and make friends and all this." Right, because during that time they didn't know that people were making money off of playing video games or at least certain video games, right? Now we're at the time where a lot of your children can enter tournaments and they can win money. I think you had a 12 or a 13-year old that won like a Fortnite competition and for a couple $1 million or something like that. Like, yo, these kids out here can sit up there and make money and they're playing against people from all over the world. So it's like, I wouldn't be so easy on shutting down kids from playing video games just because you don't have a belief and them being able to be successful or actually making money directly, from it. Some of these kids can play in tournaments and they can start a whole social media directly off of that, and they can start making money off of like TikToks, Facebook videos, YouTubes, and all these other things, which will then further lead to sponsorships and all types of things at a very young age. So I would just say, yo, parents, a lot of y'all that got kids, start talking to your kids, start doing research on video game tournaments and the profitability and different things of that nature, because the world is not so small as it was before. It's not only one way to sit up there and make money, which is basically working a 9 to 5 or going to college and getting a career, after that figuring out what your career is, and then after that trying to get into that career field. At this moment in time, there's a lot of multitude of ways that you can make money. At this moment in time, you have some people working remote jobs making $24 an hour. Pay attention. A lot of us have been working 9 to 5 jobs, not making $24 an hour, making way less than that. And we're sitting up there commuting back and forth, wasting gas and all this other type of stuff, trying to find transportation to get to the job on time. Where you got people at this point in time working from home making $24 an hour. So, like I said, if there's a possibility that your child is great enough in the game where they can play in tournaments and they can sit up there and win, whatever interest your child basically has, you gotta be interested in it as well. Like when I was growing up, my mom, in a sense, was interested in the music that I was listening to because she wanted to know, in a sense, what was going on because the music has the power to shape young people's minds, right? So she wanted to know and understand what it is that I was into, what type of music that I liked. And so she can get like an insight directly into that to see if it was good or bad or whatever it is. Parents should basically do the exact same thing. If you know that your child is interested in video games and they might potentially be good enough to do tournaments and different things of this nature, yo, you want to nurture that. White parents do it all the time. Black parents are, some of the main ones, except for Pink. Except for Pink. A lot of black parents, in a sense, don't want to do that because they don't see the real side or the profitable side directly in that, right? Um, but yeah, yeah. Um, it said, can you make a video on making money on NBA games on the Play Store? I wouldn't even know how to do that. Let me tell you, like I said, I'm just gonna be honest because I'm not really in that field in a sense. The main way that I can, in a sense, say that you can make money off of video games, um, making TikTok videos, making YouTube shorts, making a YouTube platform, anywhere where you can potentially monetize what it is that you're doing. That's in a sense where you would want to, put that stuff. And the main thing, like I told people before, it is going to be very tough, when you decide to, first do this, because there's just YouTube is not, in a sense. Well, it's harder on Twitch. Twitch is a whole different beast. I would say the most successful that you would, in a sense, sort of be starting off. If anybody in here wanted to start YouTube and do it on video games, the viewership is going to be pretty low because you're going to have a lot of competition because a lot of people upload videos. So you would just have to like figure out ways on how to make it entertaining and how to make it different from everybody else's stuff directly out here. But you can also put that on Facebook because you can monetize videos on Facebook once you get like a certain amount of followers and viewers and stuff like that. The same exact thing that you could sit up there and do on YouTube. It's not impossible. You just have to stay with it. You have to be consistent, and you have to just talk and, in a sense, entertain yourself. You have to talk as if you already have people there to talk to. That's, in a sense, what I do on a lot of my lives. Like, I will sit up there and just start talking. If people show up, they show up. If they don't, they don't. So, you know, that's in a sense how you work it. I am not ignoring you. Hold on. What did she say? What did she say? I can't go to the link right now, Tippy. So I'm in a live stream right now. I'm not trying to get hit with like copyrights and all this other type of stuff. Rona says, Seji, if you ever start your own black bank, I'll support you. Well, much love and appreciation. Like I said, it's nice to know that some people out here will roll up to the scene. But like I said, like everything that I mentioned, you would have to have people that would actually believe and that would actually trust, that the things that I say that I was going to do, I was going to do. Like I said, I would have legally binding paper where if, the things don't get done, then, the money would get returned to all the donors legally. Like I said, legally binding papers where the money would get returned to the donors if whatever was stated that's supposed to be done does not get done. Or if I potentially run off with the money, then people have full-fledged right to basically come after like the assets or different. Like I said, I would have, for me, because I believe in trying to be as transparent as possible, I would have legally binding papers so that people would at least feel that everything that I'm saying is pretty much sound. If things are legally documented and it's concrete, meaning that there is no way that I can escape this, I pretty much feel that maybe I would potentially get some support on, trying to build or, do a lot of different things like that. But, that's a huge, like what if, you know. I'm just worried about surviving. That's it. Like everybody else out here working a job, I'm worried about getting paid. I'm worried about bills and everything else. Like I said, you still see me with the same hair, with roughly the same beard and facial hair. Ain't nothing changed. Broke five broke. We ain't got it. Ain't got no shoes. Ain't got no car. We broke five broke. We ain't got it. Um, but let me see what Pink say. She said it was literally on a whim. The owner asked if he liked to participate, and he said yes, but I will be looking more into it this week. Yo, let me tell you something, Pink, real quick, because you already do Twitch. Your son can sit up there, and this is the beautiful part. I said I was going to end this, but let me just do this real quick for Pink and a lot of other parents, directly here. Um, the beautiful thing about the younger generation is that they're not locked into the in a sense the everything else that the world basically is, right? Kids are pretty much open. They'll be friends and play with any and everybody that wants to sit up there and play with them. So they're not in a sense in the same world that we're in, right? They're in a sense freer before the world actually hits. So this would actually be the perfect time for your son to let's say like start up a TikTok with him basically showcasing how good he is, or some trick shots or whatever it is, in Fortnite, or a multitude of other platforms, because kids will actually support other kids. Unlike adults, kids will actually support and view like other kids, and then they'll go through all of their friends list. And like it's a pretty dope thing actually being a teenager and a child, because you'll actually find more support amongst your fellow peers, versus adults actually trying to support another adult. And through that, once his TikTok gets to a certain point, he could actually do live streams directly on a platform. He can upload videos that are longer than 3+ minutes, and and different things of that nature, if he wanted to, and and different stuff of that nature. And then he could potentially try to push that over to Twitch, right? And gain a following on there. The main thing that I would basically state, if he is to start a social media footprint, the mistake I made, that I'm telling everybody else, don't make this mistake. If you are to start a social media platform, even if you only have one subscriber, make sure that you have a link that links every single social media platform that you have, to make it easier for your followers to basically know where you are at all times. So if one social media platform falls, they got several more that they're already listed to and that they can follow. It's a very simple thing to sit up there and do. And it's a mistake that I made earlier on, because some of the tech that we have now, we didn't really have that, in a sense that we didn't have a lot of these companies with these, QRC codes and all this other type of stuff. This is stuff that happened, now and whatnot. Zaire said, "Did you see Sister Lisa Cabrera's video? Apparently, Mayor Adams got slapped by a person, and they were making fun of him calling a turtle." Um. Oh yeah, you talking about Giuliani? Yeah. I know what you're talking about. AKA Giuliani. I know exactly, the Sith Lord. I know who you're talking about. Mr. Palpatine himself. I know who you're talking about. I seen that video. That dude is a clown. That dude is a straight clown. Oh my god. Well, like I said, it is what it is. On that dude. That dude is a straight clown. Tippy said, "I don't know why I saw that clip and thought of two types of black men. Lord have mercy." Let me see. Tippy said, "Okay, fine. I'm going to post it on Discord. Let's go. Let's get back to Discord." Man, that Discord, pretty much that Discord in a sense got like nukes. Oh man, no, it still exists. Some people are on there technically, but it ain't technically the same as in a sense what it once was. Craziness. I miss how it was. Like, we had a nice little, in a sense, family thing there. When it was nice, it was nice. It was very nice. You can just roll up on there and just start laughing and seeing people talking, having conversations. But you know, some things are meant for a certain time. It is what it is. Timmy said, "I'm sorry, LOL. I just want black men to watch the whole video." Lord, oh my Lord, only Tippy. Lord, okay, I'll watch it. I will watch it and inform you of my opinion. I will watch it. I promise I'll watch it. Um, but yeah, I probably one of these days. I'm just gonna say one of these days because I ain't gonna make no promises. One of these days I'll probably do when it gets like this low or whatever. Um, I'll probably sit up there and do a live stream and play some video games. I used to do that before. Tippy know. Tippy and a few others know. I think Sunstar was there, Hack was there. I know Zaire was there. Trills, Nini, a couple of people. I'll be sitting up there, playing some games, playing some Call of Duty, and people be trying to clown me. It's like, yo, man, what happened? Like, how come you didn't get those kills? It was different. Keep trying to tell people when you playing games live and you technically know people like watch you, it's a little bit different because you're not really focused on the game. You got to be already like immersed, in the game before like people, are really, saying stuff so you can be on the ball. It's a little bit different. Hack said, I got a dip. All right, man. Much love and appreciation. Thank you for being here and spending time on air, Seji. Giuliani and his ilk love to weaponize police. No video evidence, and that store employee would have been screwed. That's true. That's true. Tippy said, I missed the gaming streams. Yeah, I'll start. I'll start bringing those back. I remember the classic times when I did play some games, and I had a random basically show up here, and he was like, "You playing games? That makes no sense. I thought this was like a news channel. This is what my son does. Come hit me up if you need some stories." I'm like, "Bro, you really think you did something with that, didn't you?" I'm like, "All right." Well, you really think you did something with that? All right, man. All right. Tippy says you remind the men in the chat to watch the video that I sent. Well, that's if the comment actually showed up, because YouTube will technically block out a lot of the links, and I, in a sense, keep it that way because y'all saw the comments that basically came up here from like the bots. That's why I made sure to try to have that on because I didn't want somebody mistakenly clicking on a link that might have that came from a bot that might infiltrate their phone or computer and steal information and stuff like that. You got a lot of malicious stuff. He said, did you see the dance video I sent? Wait, did I see it? I think I did. Let me see. Give me a second. Hold on. I'm gonna look up this last thing real quick. Let me just see real quick. I think I should have my phone muted because I ain't trying to get hit with no type of copyright. This is why I don't use my phone a lot when it comes to certain things because it's a little bit slow. Like I said before, it is it's an older phone, so it's a little bit different. Bruh, come on. All right, let me see. Where did you go? Are you right here? Yeah. Or is it over here? Let me see. Nope, that's not it. Hold on, let me see. Okay, that's okay. I didn't see it. Okay, the name is what threw me off. Let me see. Did I see this video? I gotta wait for it to now show up. Oh yeah. I had liked that video. I saw the video originally on Twitter. I was like, I smiled at the video. I'm like, that's dope. I'm like, that was a ultra, like positive, type of video and stuff. I'm like, that's the dopest thing possible. And here we go again with these bots. This is ridiculous. No. I know the link is coming from you, but I'm saying like I just if I have it up there and I allow your link to go through, that means that the links that the bots send through and stuff like it's going to allow all those in. Because behind the scenes, which a lot of people don't even know, I probably got over about like maybe 100+ comments from like a bot that is sending these links to like these quote unquote adult websites. So this is why certain things are basically where they are, because I ain't trying to have some stuff to take place. Um, oh yeah, 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 yeah. You gotta basically hit that. Where? Let me see. Let me see. Uh, okay, yeah, yeah. Sunstar got it. He hit it. Yeah, because they just keep doing it. Before, like I said, I'll fix it a little bit after this to see if I can do something with that. But wait, on which game? Trinitel. What game? What game you talking about? Maybe you might be talking about Xbox or something, or maybe you might be talking about the Discord. Maybe. Uh, Tippy said, "Well, I'll post it on yeah, yeah, Discord. I'll see the I can see the link on Discord. So yeah, you can just post it to like the Discord and whatnot, and post the link up there. And I'll sit up there and see it and whatnot. Um, but yeah, let me just sit up there and end this. It's about what, 2 o'clock? It's about like 1:47. So yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, like figure out something to eat. And I think I did have a video that uploaded for you guys that showed up around like 12. So if you guys would be so kind, you can happen to look for that upload and happen to view that. Some of the videos that I actually showed off to you guys, I'll probably throw that into a video, because I know that everybody's not going to catch like the live stream and stuff. So I'll probably just throw that into a video, or or something like that, and and do it that way. Um, or I might have to like transcribe it or something. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But um, let me see. Guess it was a wrestling double cross. I don't watch it though. But anyways, much love and appreciation to all of y'all that stayed through and listened to me, rant for this hot 5 hours. Like I said, I haven't done 5 hours in a long time. The max that we did on this channel was a full-fledged 24-hour stream that still has not been seen on this YouTube platform due to the fact that YouTube, I guess, didn't want to upload it or whatever it is, but I do have it. Um, so I'm not even sure how to even upload that. That's just crazy. Like I said, it was, like I said, great conversations back then. That was happening on these live streams with a lot of different folks. It was beautiful. It was very, very beautiful and entertaining. Miss the good old days. Miss the good old days. Um, Lord, Tippy said I'm going on Discord to make sure the men watch it. Lord have mercy. It ain't nobody there, Tippy. It's a ghost town. But anyways, much love and appreciation to all 21 of y'all that's still here, and have a very great and awesome rest of your day, or work period, or whatever you're doing at this moment in time. And as always, much love, respect, appreciation, and peace. And stay tuned for the next video, or the next live stream. Let me see, which one do